No, they won't hear me there. We're going to get started a little bit early today. That's funny and interesting. I've felt throughout my life like I obviously went through some things in some past lives. Life is most certainly a process. And to those that wonder, that's the necklace all is one. Ooh, you know what I'm missing? A little bit more light. Aziz, light. Do my feathers first. So, now the reason why I put feathers in my hair, in my head, in my hair, my headband, is because feathers or any material from any animal will allow you to communicate, especially feathers connected to the hair, that's going to allow you to have an antenna to that species. Therefore, anybody else who's psychic, perhaps they don't even know that they are, and they can connect with animals and they don't know that they are. You can still send messages and realities through the animals. The animals are very much a part of our family. Oh. And before we get started, let's get some incense going here. Look, I have understood that in my life, assistance from fellow people in the current vicinity, and I'm not talking about you or online, but I'm just talking about life in general. Though when an individual seeks for help, usually that help it might show up and it might not. There's a 50-50, and when that help does show up, it might be spot on and it might be somewhere else. The brain can be somewhere else in the body, making full of mistakes, not really being a help but more of a distraction. And I've truly learned that calling on the divines is is the source of liberation, because just as it does go in that old book that vengeance belongs to the Lord. The Lord is another word for master. A master is someone who can accomplish something without hindrance. Okay? Whether the obstacle is there, it's not a hindrance to them. They can work through it, they can work around it, they can overcome it. They're going to accomplish what they've got to do. That's a master. Nothing's going to stand in their way of accomplishment. And so I took that lesson very quickly and I said, vengeance is not my calling. That's not my job. That's not my duty. That's not my interest. And so in my life, in calling out to the divines, I've found that as much as I may view it as calling out for help, truly it's resonating acoustics for my body, my heart, and my mind to create a legitimate placebo effect and remedy whatever solution it is that winds up being in front of me at any moment in my life. And so that's what we share. Do this, I'll be right there. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kinamet Donket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kinamet Donket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bright and queen as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one, O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kinamet Donket, hear and save by, O thy Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kinametonket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice and to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul. The whirling of our dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Tenement don't get or we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Tenement don't get are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, or ours. Kidamatonket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the bow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikobatera upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Here, Lady Kinnaman Ket, and receive our Aya Karna, our prayer. Thee we worship, we invoke and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kinnaman Ket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. We are the wife and sister of the king Alsar. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Neteret of women. We are she who separated heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Alsar, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kinnamadonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kinnamadonket, who art all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Iset, Kinemitonket, Onket. Graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Unabun, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial, joy, unto death, and even into the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Rekhet, Lady of Rekhet, Lady of Set, Lady of Ra, Sari, Lady of Tishar and Sahar, Mother in the rising of heaven, in the Atet boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra, deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nephilim of Camille, Shiad Muse, Sekhmet, Lady of Flames, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikobatea Ra, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellion, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Netherlands of Gamiel Shidnu, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezor, greater than Isef, Sefiparam Hasro, Hapu Tishtef, greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasa, greater than Bast, Parahaka Kaparu, greater than Mahat, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amt of Aminta, Lady of Manu, Lady of Sa, Brasto, Lady of Tepnef of Akut, Lady of Aru of Yavin. Thou art the Netaret, Damiseshet, destroyer of Holder. Thou art the terror before which fiends tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Tekara Sapusaram Kakara Metsefu Paramhasarapu Tishtif, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power. Forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nathanum of Kamiel Shed, and you from the Anat of Kamaru. Adoration rises unto thee, who makest sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nathanum of Kamiel Shed, and you preserved beyond death that secret name, O being called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken, then encircling one, we lose ourselves in thee. Kepra, 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 Ra, 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 Tuma, Tuma, Tu, Morsemito, Shabarola, Marana, Shamtarina, Hai, Arsemito, Shabo, Banana, Shamtarina, Hai, Arsemito, Shabo, Banana, Shamtarina, Hai, Kansu, 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 Abrahadabra, Abrahadabra, Abrahadabra. I hope you're having a good morning today. We're going to get into this jam here rather sooner than later. Let's see, we got a few more minutes. I did jump on a little bit earlier than later. That's a fact. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Let's see. How do I wear what I wear? I was talking about feathers earlier and how feathers very much connect us with another, with a species. It allows us to be able to have a very strong telepathic connection with them. When I mention telepathic, this is beyond language. When telepathy truly comes in, truly comes in. I mean, it can come in through a few different ways. I get direct thoughts within my mind, and there's other times are we back? Lost everybody on that. Boom, are we back? Let me see. Oh, ping went out. Well, those two phones went out, but this phone stayed up. That's interesting. Welcome back. Looks like we got two blessings out there, and then things disconnected on YouTube. That seems interesting. Well, what's up, Rebel? What do we got down here? Lagging a lot, Banana. Hopefully that jumps back in there. Well, something interesting happened there. And looks like we're back. Looks like everything's flowing smooth. So here, and I'm going to keep an eye on the timer. So we've got 3 minutes, and we're going to jump into our jam. I found sound bowls. I got my first sound bowl is I was planning on getting another bell, but I chose to get sound bowl because I had so many bells. All right, we got 1 more minute. Seconds coming up. We're gonna strike that gong. Rain and thunder. Correct. And my whole lesson to people is the age old lesson. Don't judge a book by the cover. You never know what's in somebody's blood. You never know.
Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you provide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies, and cause, having the wrongs, arise warriors of the past. Pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwen Bael, fight the blight that be dark and night in our right. Zikia Kampazi, Anakampazi, Dingerkia Kampazi, Nigadanakampa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through a loving family. Renosi Sikio, we was on Puto, right ahead, Hirusha, Hensu Sirukai, Kutishin, you was Maha, Torasuki, the Sipitos, I people to Buti Shakins and Asaraman. On Basharamatayas, Wakum Bashamanatias, Varan Nunanita, no Nuranani, Nunanan, Ardan Dumong, from him strong when he shana intrias, Wakum Ishanaya, and Trias, Vaha, Engon Bramim, onde Rasha Barhano, Suwakum, Jitrashi, Ratrashi, Paranas, Vaha, Rura, King on the Nation, Chong Kang Kong, Hong Chong Chong, on Hayabish Ramateas, Wakum, Hayabash Romanatias, Waha, Ahaza, Rimon Kong, on Amakusano Madano, Namas Matapasanum Ham, Uhahero, Belula, Rimon Kong Kong, Unai, Maria Suwakum, Mayaya, Mayazva. He shring on gong gong on he should yard by child ties wa gong jodi he chendogi batis waha nunanina nunanina hang on pang pong on she rich bara is wa gong she jai bara ties waha olo 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 Unada basha no so what woman I cardi buba de babu bear bear bor ubo bear rongamen Renno si se che we was on putura e Hirusha and Susiruka gor putigin was more after to give a serpetosa e the do the bishops and a saramen para shukushu baru gilma bol mamu la bo pagera bo lugalana bariko sharo but stand bola saro bo frico and belulu moshane bo paruni yugini kampa and belulu kugo Igor Berishu Gila Gabola Yoma Mosho Gurishuluma Bobo Maruka Ragezi Kugi Kamranda Samaru Bakar Namro Bakar Lamos Yukini Kibilano Saju Mashinana Sarolim Barbara Zizi Mashinana Runa Ramangi Dumuduka Rakta Gigi Guluga Zidor Kilman Gaigo Ziko Nani Kukona Beru Karina Kalaku Baro Tuku Kakumas Persana Sagari Mashti Sharu Malava Kapeda Glogador Marata Korbor Marutu Korakuris Sarulu Barmaskin Tutu Deriku Gim Lugar Mekia Banutuku Nandalugaran Makia Pangrodi Shua Saroli Muna Banatatu Sari Masagaran Sulomon and Tarabo Gibil Balag Netaramadu Dagatuku Mashamasti Sore Mashanogo Mashrosa Serapadiku Babara Sukan Palu Galap Bora Nibo Yaking Baradi Moaru Kakuramu Wam Gashti. We are also Ronopras whom is found perfect before the Netanumidem Kameo Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronofris, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanum Kamiel Shinyu. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nathanum Kamiel Shinyu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the Sabol, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making a stand, the Jed and Jedjetu, salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hooty, thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Abadani tu, Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved Aset, our heart is keen from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and might. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinamit Domket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Donofris will confirm. Lady Osset and Nebi Sarabi shining bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim Linuj, Pirish, Taxarek, Tum, Articuli, Turknilish, Lidia, Luar, Meshar, Genemesh, Oil, Sayansi, Yamila, Ratobum, Jirsha, Isaya, Yaga, Yaga, Biasha, Biasha, Jirika, Dupira, Laka, Isayo, Rier, Kalima, Tukuro, Kimakutu, Lake, Shamina, Zumria, Isaina, Zubria, Yaga, in a Zubria, Shaina, Zubria, Lika, in a Zumria, Tupira, in a Zumria, Laka, in a Zumria, Tatara, in a Zumria, Dexi, in a Zumria, Takaruba, ina zumla tasarnika nish mashkaptulu tam tunu nish kibel gimlilu tam tunu nish manduk mashalani lu tam tunu nish ispar kamikunu tam tunu ina zumla yuta prasama ya tuneni ba neni ba perik ba kabaiz akabaiz ba karbor ba karbor ba karbaiz ba perik beneni ba duneni ya korboria rimba gara rimba gore ya ki ya saka ki santu ki soru ki kutulu ya stream vajwa kan ye hrim patwa 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 Krim Prajwavarkani, Hrim Patwa, Hrim Prajwavarkani, Hrim Patwa, Hrim Prajwavarkani, Hrim Patwa, and Ushubami Gapsuki Shergi, Goddess Saramari, and Guru Kalamas Nikudingani Nabuyu, and Soniku Gariash Murfutu, Siana Campasiki, Campagalum, Napara, and Tapara, Shakparagi, Gimbara, Lord Barata, Lord Balama, Pararutu Parai, Papara, Lord Barala, Subara, Corobara, Kubara, Goro Baralo, Lutubara, Rubzulatina Zula, Lazulatina Zugi, Zulatina Zumula, Zulatina Zum, Tingis, Zulatina Zuma, Skim, Zulatina Zu, Paradandiana Zu, Siana Campaziki, Campa. Monsiga Bari Nangisha Shurgi Shurmasha Sigar Bari Ziga Shubanai Sharma Ziganam Zain Dori Sharkiu Akbar the Boob Deram Dea Sara Savito Manamania Warti Nariana Saji Sirisana Sani Visiki Europan Makulu Kuralaban Kariti Haria Yaran Mabau Tarsanka Karanamaskaran Mantra Om Ram Mitrayatam Home Rim Ravar Karam Home Suyayatam Home Ram Frame Bernavetam Home Ram Karianam Home Pustatam Home Ram Haranga Bahariatam Om Hrim Mari Hariyar Namaha, Om Hum Mari Gayar Namaha, Om Hrim Savitra Namaha, Om Hum Harikar Namaha, Om Habaskara Namaha, Om Hrim Hum Hrim Hum Sorry for sorry, Yana Yaramaha, Palasi, Ayasha Samaskaran Yakovata, Dena Denia Prajnam, Palam Veram Tesha Tesam Kajayarte, On Klang Kring, Hong Kring Mong Heros or Fro Hong Kring Bum, Shamasha Kasapia, Kasapia, Episha Musha Pistia, Kimatinor, Kutushula, Lini Shuru, Lizurbu, Tuku, Epitashunu, Kima Mena, Duinati. Tu shunuli mutuma nakulu blui shunuli ni shuma nakulu dini shunuli tu shuma nakulu tari terama shaloti shakrashapi sharushi arapushu shorti arki shorpu using or gokko shabakam bang kibi gera gibil kashu money and dudu to station lani or yamari arki kishpari yazi dinger gera kampa and gimodu or semitogi shabu banana and shamtorina hai kishpar bagi bil bagi arasi kampa kambar lulu Shariulim Kanushi, Shariula Kunushi, Shariulini, Kunushi, kunushi shari yuli si kunushi shari yuli te kunushi shari yuli ni kunushi shari yuli ni kunushi shari yuli kati kunushi shari yudeneli kunelin putina zumaya yutabra sama agamasaratu is masarati sharmushi lipshuru rishi shari nuti zizani malane rabuti shimaya rabarbi dina dina lati limdalsi kunushi alani mushiti yamasarati is masarati bites masaratu is masaratu agamasaratu yamasaratu yaravargoni shamashkori yamasaratu Yamasaratu Ziki Akampapagolo Maneski Ashatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Klimisar Vertamam Sam Kubarari Kalnamata Dumudev Kubara Neberkoto from Vidatu Bum Devi Ameton Dumutem Sekiaru Media Kinan and Saram Tari Necte Surat Kere Tete Sepsan Marsidu Sultara Sanahami Sanari Artam Mami and Rai Artam Hakobisno and Rom Tesla Ignai American Corpsrum Sekasatana Sekta Kesuwek Saka Karte Karan Kabek Tag Nari Sertef Sarula Pek Markula Kutulu Tadara Agni Omra Matari Yardamha Omam Yamari Yardamha Happy Yardamama Saratu Taria Maran Happy no Gabi Seki Sarunam Sexa Tesekte Patek Uinekea Te Ekore Kotata Nemne Tierte Marmarsumi Yanu and Reangi Nari Garaxa Samskam Sari Yardamha Pam Vanunari Yanama Serum Varuna Varatu Sramalaya Meranim Sanu Gimsa Seki Sarunam Sexaruna Bagment Sanu Duni Kubitera Mautun Ratas of Zingana Kapa sitting Garkia Kapasa Beo Biomiam Vior Vera Marsiri Morkala Morlu Mormatu sitting and Nakama sitting Garkia Kapautu Torata Kutulu Tatara guides to do Turti Takala Yadu Yari Sabeo him van Marne Namhar Bramuna Moha Casaratu of Tusraya Marancabranu Pacapran Capra 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 Unabim Kibrash Panamra Molua Sakti Takala Nishatinamu Maharaja Hati Saramat Yomiket Sakas to Junuda Maru Tetmesu of Par Netor Prim Prom Soria Yartamaha Prim Stream Chandra Yartamaha Om Prim Stream Mongolia Yartamaha Om Stream Bambori Yartamaha Prim Brom Spati Yartamaha Prim Stream Shukra Yartamaha Om Prim Stream Shamshana Yardamaha Om Prim Robert Damaha Om Prim Ketardama Jabusum Samka Shia Payama Dayu Tim Tamrim Sarva Papna Pram Hashim Divakaram Dari Shankati Sharvam Kishoro Navas Babam Namami Shisharam Sumam Shambor Mukur Tabdu Shartam Tarani Karbasam Butam Vidu Karate Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamagalam Pranamami and Priyango Kalegi Sharma Properna Pratimam Borham Sumyam Sumya Goro Pertam Tamburam Pranamami and Devanam Chari Sharanam Chakurum Kajana Sani Bamburi Butam Trukesham Tamnamami Priaspati Mimakutam Nena Labam de Yadam Paramam Kurum Sarvasa Pravaktaram Pargavam Pranamami Ham Nelan Jana Samapasam Rabi Putram Yamakara Jam Chachari Amatarta Sambutam Tamnamami Sanaswara Matakariam Mahaberiam Chandradi Javimadaram Samika Garbasam Butam Tambrahum Pranamami Palasa Pushpasam Karsha Taraka Graha Mastakam Dorom Doramakom Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamami Amam Brahmam Moradi Tripona Kari Banu Shashvi Burmi Suda Borasha Gurusha Shukra Shani Reu Ketu Shukra Rahamama Suprapantam Kume Shanti 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 Ombar Boss for Ramtasa Vitor Banam Motogo to Basia de Raman Union Pratra Ramtasa Swaha Hariam Tata Swaha Nanasini Anabrazini Arsini Anana Basamagana Sayaki Akampa Magabati Anana Kampa Street and Anazia Kampaya Magia Gamagia Sagasterakia Ashtakuish Nabogudu Nabudu Nabugudu Nabokurios Marcurios Yastok to your Karku Yazina Borum Mazir Pornes Karpa Sakashen Talaskarpa Nabosatam Toskarpa Yagashia Sasha Kulamari Yashia Makali Stari Bari Egusheria Yanana Yadani Yar Shababa Chakarni Yaramilo Yashi Stari Kanpa Inanas Yarma Kampa Bizarma Kampaya Yapi Shir Zolurki Shmashutudu Yaduria Yazorzuki Sakaramani Yatareci Azareleci Bartala Katabari Yakarpazi Ringaru Yakpazi Ringarustu Yakpazi Shajera Raguji Perodukanpa Yashtakan Payana Gormas Baruna Gomas Baru Yana Goria Yan Izian Garkanpa Yan Gayan Goria Yan Giaria Ziringian Yakanpa Yakatalama Yatarakampa Marukumu Paru Sigaria Dagia Garia Mababor Nesha Marukuya to Kusorim Sokorim Sarin Sakarim Agsara Gasana Bare Luku Ni Pamano Yardu Yandare Azi Bartu Balgu Bargu Berdariku Baraka Kampa Bazi Exact Pazagwabro, Noisaligan, Shubam, Gigapsuki, Goddess, Saramara, Guru, Kalamas, Nikurin, Garena, Buru, next one, Gariash, Shubmur, Ushubashina, Vashini, Precious Shots, so Mam Shasha, Granatro, Pony, Pararani, Devi, Parti, Prande, Ranu, Paratram, Jarasivis Bar, they show Devi Yamatar, Vivar, Chandra, Ratra, Yarnati, Arvar, Pavantu, Yarma, Sorash, Varvaran, Hadi, Avor, Portru Parjastrio, Ushar Prati, Archibu Varni, Arni, Vishwarva, Tishtarsia, Mortarsia, Ketusamarna, Mortar, Charani, Yarma, Chakora, Mirva, Anavardia, Siart, Varsvarsva, Vasur, Mevechin, Varti, Malgoni, Usharti, Svarsarasi, Art, Prafnis, Varjarati, Sovarkas, Ram, Saharan, Diva, Papratar, Arpekial Chahau Bordevi Mushar Sambivar Imrabu Paralvam Namasa Circle Vorvama Vortardi Parjoshlet Praroshara Rosharan Vasandor Ratalvar Titibu Akero Bodia Rafi Rodasi Chitra Masahar Ayarti Arbarna Ursha Sambivar Team Varmame Shipravir Lamber Sharmarna Tarsia Borana Roshar Sarva Arnir Shandiano Varstva Mahi Mortrasia Varonasia Maharia Chantoreva Barnum Vidante Poratradum Devikati Yarigari Namaha Kati Yarigari Namaha Mahamaria Mahayogi Deshwinankar Go Surtam Devipati Mekuru Ternam Home Deventrani Namastut Yam Devendra Priba Mimi Vivar Hambar Yaror Yam Shrikura Babin Charte Neom Ring Kati Yanya Swaha Ring Kati Yanya Swaha Om Shankari Sankajar Marji Pab Vervans Rai Porusha Chatuste Lade Chaparti Med Derki Kurkuru Swaha Kati Yanyain Mahamadiye Mahayogin Yada Yardi Swardi Namgu Parsu Devi Parti Mekuru Terta Mahe Gordi Shankaram Kerni Yatarum Pom Shankar Priyata Mangkuru Karikani Kanta Sudur Bamom Devendrani Namastur Piam Devendra Pribami Mi Vivar Hambari Armortiam Sri Goram Charder Imeum Ring Hung Namai Wardi Shankarangi Kerni Yatarum Pom Shankar Priyata Mampuru Kariani Kan Kartarum Sudur Labam Osar Kermeton Katset Permhasropetitive Haturikate Stote Diana de Meterkali Narnagichi Marni Tur Wenvail from mother into her we return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean, as a phoenix rising from ashes upon the changing winds. We are the cosmic keys. Say it with me. I am the cosmic key. The on board boas wa hat has vitar banyam report varsia der my hand you no tracho diar ipsos ipsos cornishon to turo rara rora tora aurora tua brahada bra gong geng gong ring kong bang gong chen ku gong bang Malabaka kita glugadar marata karbor maduka kudamu sari masigaranu working ubaremo zore masigaranu waruka kudamu lugadar marata karbor malabaka kita aduka kudamu sari masigaranu working ubaremo waruka kudamu lugadar marata karbor malabaka kita on trampagam james sum dimpusti varharmor baruba Viva maratnu yormo sheri arterna mahar him chum mahu sheri Shum kum krum shrim hum shrim shum krum kujerika krum hum mamre agri porana no koroazi ke nai jukra yar na hum shrim pastor medehi supra yesva krim kali hum svaha sarva visto medehi me mahali yar namaha Sanking Jo, Ju Lantin Jun, Sanking Jo, Ju Wu Lantin Jun, Su Hosh Chue, She Soku Gombornimo, Soku Gombornimo, Soku Gombornimo, Omborbo Boas Far, Tata Vitor, Batyambar Kodavas Yadir Mahin Yun, no Tracho Diar, Varadeva troi versis de surcre calva paprasar la visar mamitro capilo sornoga yashna vortia banduaja jamarar nicotorma mulgala viarsa lumas argiastia crosierca varza purastia verduco dorarsa narada casia pagayar troius nigarsustrum berarti pranti tristur jagarti sagvari torti virra prastar raparti kurti praktri alkurti vorkurti samskriti aksar para pramti bor bourgeois swaha jorti samarti yakni prajaparti maisana savitari bras parti mitra baru nabarga radmen Karnesa vasa posa nragni bayu pamardeva metra varuni visperdeva metraka vesnu vasu udra kuberas finska montragni bayu sorya casa yama voruna brasparti brasnarnia Indrongam harva borsa meortra vasta vasu mauru sorba angeras vispardeva aspins praja parti axar tadava rudograma vesnu Arni vayu surya sarati angeras pirutri borka raem Kan volva vosu metro varuna vasa vasu vamareva metro bezruna Nigeria visvardeva Vishnu Prajapati Sarvardeva Uvara Aspins Brahma Varmadevi Priya Sarvya Visvabhadra Vyasini Prabhavarti Jari Santa Canta Turkasar Swati Vidruma Vesalasa Vare Pere Vimalata Mobaharini Surisma Visvarun Jari Vasa Parmalya Prasa Soro Babadra Tribala Privi Piala Pasarni Variu Arcasa Garda Rasa Rupas Barsa Sandau Barsa Payu Raparta Barni Varkarna Jiva Kausus Var Strutro Prana Marna Sparna Bordi Viarna Sera Smarna Carra Karsharti Arti Malki Sharti Shaturi Utarni Yar Shaduria Yabara Bara Yakan Pai Yakan Pai Shnigara Yangi Yaya 三天修修我蓝天中山天修修我蓝天中西王母修天yon lấy sang phụ quả tiên chung cho tiên yên yon lấy xuống quả tiên xuyên vô sinh trình ru bay lên siêu á sharon jing ru bay lên đồ mù gió dễ yan số tiền yon số dễ yan số tiền yon yon siêu yon hong siêu số tiền số siêu Osh, whoosh, Herkunch, Ohus, Darkur, Ser, Zanteros, Juku, Fuji, Juke, Davisho, Oshe, Hosen, Shoha, Hosh, Fushe, Nishu, Fush, Fushe, Reshu, Hosh, Tue, She, Hosh, Ofu, Shamesh, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Ramerte Rama Mano Rame Sastu Ram Tuturi Ram Nam Paranarne Umbenekaya Nama Umakanandari Vedarmai Baganduli Adir Mahitano Randi Prachadeva Katuna Makaria Soria Korti Samaprabha Norika Ram Purumedeva Sarva Karyeshwar Sarvara Shri Guru Suraj Rajneesh Mane Mukuri Siva Parnura Gupar Vimoja Surjo Jagu Pargamorhi Hirantanu Jarniki Sumiro Parkamor Borborgi Pidiator Humohi Rau Poleso Vikarji Harimankan Gun Sukarji Karapisti Loku Jagaram Tutali Bartamantani Putrabavan Surtama Mahaviprakam Basharangi Kumarini Vors America Sanki Kachan Paravari Subesikaran Kudo Kuchiki Soho Fojoro Borji Project Forte Borshore Kusorji Sankar Supan Kisrain and Dantish Pratama Jagvatan Vigavar Kuriati Tatragan Kashkari Biko Proprietary Cervic Krashar Blakan Sitaman Basas Rikur Shuras Rosh Nishmane Mukuri Surha Parvora Guparpi Macha Surjo Chaku Parchar Burhi Introjani Kishumiro Prank Barbarburgi Vidya Trumo Rahu Kolesovikar Jay Haramiankan Gun Sugar Jay Karpistiun Loku Jagaram Tutatli Patamanjali Pupa Vatsan Surnamaha Mahaviprakam Basharin Kumaris Nivas America Sanki Kachan Parapere Subesikoran Kudo Kuchiki Soho Fosho Doborje Paroshe Korjumor Shade Kusorje Sankar Suvan Kisrain and Dentish Pratama Jagvan and Vijavarni Kunia Nia Tram Koshkari Piko Toro Prabhu Suri Kurasha Lakan Sitaman Basya Surkshmaru Dari Kiarki Dikarbi Katruk Dari on Karcharava Bimaru Dari Asor Sakarde Ramachanda Kiskarsan Varil Waye Janji Palakanjia Yesri Ragu Barish Waye Ragu Partikiri Bau Barre Tumam Priye Bararti Sambai Sahas Patan Tumaru Yaskar Deus Karkishri Parikava Garde Sankari Pramari Burnet Narat Sarat Sarita Esa Yam Kubar Dikbor Jahan Teka Vikapur Kahi Sake Karante Tumuk Korsograve in Kena Ramila Yeraj Patina tomorrow Montro Vivarshin Manalanga Swarbari Yesu Jar Jara Yug Sahastra Jojan Barbar Lula Yursari Marhor Parjan Ubrabuma Trika Mer Markmarhi Charlie Longi Garpasharaj Narhi Durgam Gar Jagar Kia Jete Sukala Manukrahi Tumrete Ram Dwade Tumrak Barle Warngyar Birnu Pasarte Sukrakarhi Tumhari Saran Rum Raksharka Hukurdar Narapante Samharu Beten Lokar Kier Karpir Burpasachne Karbar Hina Vena Virjabna Zurna Vena Sarogari Sampir Jabarner Taranuma Babera Sankat Seharnuma Churta Veman Karan Vachan Jan Jul Vesu Poram Tapas Verajatim Kerkarsankop Sum Sarja or Manora Jokodal Vesor Javan for Pravesha and you put up tomorrow had Praserja Rogia Rasarusan Kertum Raguare Asorne Cantan Tumarde or Stasia Hiram Radnierki Keratarus Vardian Jan Kimartaram Dasi and Tumara Pasasara Rahora Guparti Keras and Tumara Barjan Ram Kupave Jaram Jaram Ked Dur Pasrabe Al Karl Koragu Ver Porjari Jaram Hari Barka Hari Ordi Tashi Narade Yarumatser Sorbe Surkari Sankakarte Mite Sapere Josmira Hanuma Babere JJ Haruman Gosin Kriporu Kurdi Kiarda Injus or Bapatkar or Hijorte Hi Partima Sorkorti Joria Par He Hanumachari Sohor Gesiri Sarki Gores to Sira Sarahari Charakam Jetas Horar Yemender Pogorna Sankar Haran Mangom Morti Rupuram Lakansita Sahita Rai Sabasa Husorbu Omaharaga Vajorji Savashar Vajahum Pabro Ganesh Nam Jarendi Variamung Nama Furumim Rim Shrimim Rumim Namo Bhagavati Vatali Vari Varumuki Varumuki Adantini Nama Rundernitini Nama Jamajabini Nama Mohemohini Nama Samestambini Nama Sarvajus Produsalam Sarvasalam Sarva Varaxika Chora Magati Jivas and Baram Kuru Sikram Vasya Mingum Tai Tai Tao Masrai Pahats Mani Mama Neshira Shidi Shami Shadi Temsar Mukta Mukta Bishabi Shabi Sobi Shabi Shai Ganesh Shabita in Lokabashan in Abeta Patata Nabita and the Radishuda Mukuri Yada Sugar Sami body because Richie Tredorma Reshate so Gene Kushana Basha Shudai Manta Manta Shano Rodo Kishara Shara Shataya Maromana Yatari Gazara Maku Rikamoki Ada Neta Genedi Chiari Nada Aranabi Kunabi Kari Kandari Sanadin Mutogi Chukuri Boro Shariachi Devi at a night and a Kushate and the Shudation Shara Shurabahasarne, Surabara Avatarni, Surabavi Shabatari, Shobatani, so Yabi Shani, so Yenikarani, so Yahagara, the Dasugarate, Sarabasumikar, and I Sarabasari Romasha, Sabasari Q, Sharai, Togira, Shinibi, die. Anyo mane sirikarita sama sabida besanta mukta mukta tama sama sak sira santa tamene tarani ologi pesero versari ni hidu amitari ni visa petare parisule kule mukure patade sukai sam bule berikiti tam priksi sama ne korsani ni kore bai visani matum matrusata roju kusalaya saya vartai va global ramane tais va haj vala kitu kubu kiada nata vati tini vitini sitin ina javani tatavati swaha ada data nada devanata de nari konadi swaha kari kanda de matagi bukan sesangulu bisa isi swaha ide miti so swaha rana pada kusai de sedari pada pada pesen so petani sama pariksi de sama katani dama pariksi de so sar kusuan kate sama bitia de petani swaha honor more me share mer share shan ter more dolo shol lo shor charier kir ni chan tier Lotor near loker posher borger pisharat ni ver tier Bjarno Lord me Lorita Darndol Borli Shordi Orjoli Morjoli Eloli Bololi Shorgiasi Samo Samlo Torto Digerli Girgir Dira Mobole Sirer Sal Kernir Mukushar me posha shuri mandolo chaya do yo Shalo where shalo where shayaro yeah polu where moro na do ya colimo Hegoli ursi muriali alogori nearly do poli yini way Gini, erli, gini, nili, cipori, erli, nanli, no palar, nierna, lurna, lujurna, lue, kiermi, kioli, cantuli, jarnzu, limorlen, kichanku, lipulo, shardi, ardi, irti, luiri, miniti, Lureti ruiti lurni luni 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 loji 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 doji noji ertandi tanto pori tanto seti li Pori potolo shani sapotolo ni podor ni sapoposha podonijo podo nesenker polo chernesen kerneker tornier senker senker poker didiliar dor senker dolo di bolor di sapor senker di sanmoker derker Randi sapoda mojo boli chandi saposa lo torjo she lo enor kerdi jene pirji Sasekam Wong Hong Chung, Gong Hong Chung, Gong Hong Chung, Gong Tung Gong Tung Gong Tung Gong Wang King Gong Ging Long Gong 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 King Mong King Mong Hong Ching Gong Ching Ring Gang Hero Sor Hara Wang Ong Bom Dum Mong Grand King Gong Om Pam Ning Bong Grand King Gong Om Hang Gong 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 Ning Gong Om Bom Om Bong Om Song King Song Om Hang King Gong Om Song King Song Hung King Sing Hing Wam Dum Fong Sing Gong 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 So Hung Sing Gong Sing Haring Arara Ong Hero Sor Bang King So Ong Ging Ong Wang The Hung Danny Chinor Am Pasha Datu Vom Shuku Naira Mike Shabi Humu Shu Naira Man Nessa Baba Tramira Nora Tata Jarum Fuku Juju Naira Momogi Sira Yukushi Naira Muru Gidali Varagis Vabu Shinabush no Nama Bagabani Nisha Uru Sporu Swala Tiso Solo Parasur Sarani Swaha Shor Kanji Bosom Lolix Vaha Zeriji Shi Bosom Sam Josas Swaha Taro Bosus Nama Samata Borarum Puruna or Baba Tata Tadani Swaha Sinju Kanji Bosom Basha Darmati Baru Kanji Bosom Mantur Baba Umpat Vaha George Benkaji Boso Hakurun Kaji Swaha Jonai Kaji Bosom Kalikori Swaha Norin Kanji Bosom Paramesura Mara Swahum Sato Pasha Satpa Arnia Bosuzi Om Shi Shuta Vijay Swaha Pujan Bosom Samyasmam Monjo Boso Maramakena Maroku Boso Matres Vahab Chiso Boso Mahaha Besmai Vaha Ukorso Boso Namarkasigo Mario Marikabari Boris Vahani Kolo Bugosu Omitutis Vaha Ukor Boso Om Kandrabari Vaha Chuvordol Namas Batapusham Kanabursanas Votari Trotam Usan my home soon Panisur Bahum Chas Home Part Undari my home after home part they do my own Srikala home comes Vaha Koriash my home Pashriacho home Aizer my Umaraga Rosnis Sarvajahum Pampu, Jakuma Umara or Campus Vaha, Sobu Koji on Kubais Vaha, Sonko Song Gonkin, Barsha Raja Hums Vaha, Zeranshi Doji of Jersey Vahaji Kukutum Tasara Pramatanas Vaha, so Chotun Vero Paxaraki Patais Vaha, Pomokutrum Vero Paxaraki Patais Vaha, Tomoton Visurvanis Vaha, Betitanum Satisfatis Vaha, de Kukutum Baha Karais Vaha, Kichi Chotrumalak Sri Vaha, Time home to Romari Aditas Vaha, de Kinitromi as Vaha, Marishitinomi Vaha, de Shukitinomica Homes Vaha. Om bram berhart mem sirhari bramim partnom beramania vermahe heranya garbaria dirmahita no brahma prachurerum chaturum karya vidmahe misro dalia dirmahita no brahma prachurerum hrim shrim hrim sausajikam brahma brahma shajanam pratam purushat pihi mara purusho vinavaha guru brahma guru vishnu guru shiva guru devo maswara guru sakshat param brahma rashme shri kurve namaha ushat nabhet kerpentiam kaibina horror dia finken bosa kisu tu nesor kurti of fasti ratui Orem snap orem besek na marta na miuso tiu turar na ti marto foru kerpiu se kerune kerum kermention and bepsra kerune beru sekriune bobul na pchem sem supu ari ma bapa turki nem kon na hem na purchase or tapara pitcher bu trom prem tor sir bosivo den vinge tor vinge normo da margi se perfecto tor nur itermen het moskir don skjor per teat gerto Friendly, 14, 14, Frigera, Frigden, Degber, Trigers, Vietnamese, Sirgars, Webdeg, Dorbe, Third Bolter, Portaview, the Go, Fully, Proving, Weaker, Whisker, Viersia here, Beer, Volsum, Skjor, Friendly, Skorton, Scarfi, Serving, Channing, Garmi, Scarce, Food, all father here, any Gordon, Conan, Cousin, Kuroski, or maybe be free in this Vitor, Vidir, Vitri, York, near slip, near. Help meer zwoel wondra fium fimbotius lider slig weer lift your gear help give meer zwoel wondra fium fimbotius lider lig weer leer gear most beautiful hem heb Congo geringo gep your meer och durma bori besle bordin bil sur många belgier mer och sig visst i nordri bord sudri midgård Asa tror norfid naitnag pravi or nordi oder linga ser deskin faxer hinfaximundir til lune solar vocals vins björki cermi serti björking skur hart horni sini harni björki dar vocal chimpingor also shelter rinnar nierdi nuri sudri osri vestria tiartalin Nord 19 den beeper bofor bomber nori or meer vidner vigarda vindor turgin fili kili fundin valley tour in dek vir razvin dropner troisvari hogsvari hadrop kurin Dori tu van Vori hiti fili vor sjore overlier lu voor skier vir skertine or fingi erkin skerdi frost die finki nor Kagger zeer wel vertaan die scope de bigger is near him Jorg der skier aflame kernling ventling rasling pasling verloning vent pas aras near routine free lordi Abinaya Panaya Visnoda Maria Mana Samaria Vista Yama Garslam Butadaria Vista Taraya Samsara Sagata Radi Vyarurnima Garande Pari Mala Pari Boscarde Sri Pari Para Verde Baba Baria Cherde Varde Saryapi Paragarne Nartatava Nan Mamakinas Bam Samudro hitarengga kebar karena samudro natarengga udara narkat nakabina nunarja tanu jarku lamer tramitra santos te babar taina babarti kim babatar skar darmat siarti biararai rabatavarta sardava sultan parames vara paripario bavarta papa papito hamda mutara guna mandera sanatara varri pirnda Govinda, Baba Jalardi, Mathalamardara, Paramamdara, Paramarayarvam, Narnariara, Karuna Maria, Sararam, Karavanena, Vogo, Coronoi, Sarpare Maria, Paranasoroja, Saravasarutu, Sri, Mataparam, Hamsapari, Rajakarasya, Sri Govinda Bhagyavara, Puja Parasisya, Surima Chakara Gabagavarta Kortosarta Ristotram Samburnam Kubarudanand Sridara Rodanas Vardana Shaime Priya Marmo Dana dayo dani kabria daxair nyo dame vrata daya vonto dana vrata daya divya laksarda samparon dinarati jana dasada daya lakshmi dana radio daya lakshmi virajit dar rupa darva burdam samanusana sarka yang isvaru nera lambu neri nambari balaga niyan tar nergunekara niskarmo neru parava navarnaga samaraju navasanka paravarnaga mansika ratta tirasa Mahagura Garave Yarta Yarshinuko Yarshako Yarshana Sarta Yasharbo Jarara Sarka Yarasha Kambro Ramardi Soranjarko Raja Burjita Visitra Vasa Sartia Piarka Mara Mara Rasa Vijayo Bimalo Banjo Banduru Jana Vasala Peru Pasaparia Tarvoberagi Viscotor Mukam Salva Viatra Sarananda Sarasarti Samarvita Samanandarata Samya Sarvara Pandare Vraka Subritus labasuma sarvakara dondara samakana priya saksara vabevara vasrivara jisa svahana sambrito akilanda pravartaka vyorakarna sampritam tarsvarna priya lankaparamavasya hankampara vivrachirtu Beatarubtama Bevar Bonavarana Kinore Subisravarna Kakaparavartarka Stalakshma Samaryurta Yatoma Vigraha Luka Radio Luka Vario Luka Vanil Sulaisana Sulaba Subaria Turus Karana Priya Santa Sutana Kuno Perta Svata Sunana Vikarha Sarva Kamarshno Sumati Sarvadana Kavara Karka Sankara Statara Sri Maram Jorge para Papara Samati Kura Sampana Saranyo Dena Vasana Paro Bagagai Papa Bagna Sanundi Sanani Tata Sarva Guru Beta Surendra Sanema Parvarva Visvarto Vitapari Yana Tatar Yara Tapratar Kale Prate Sutram Suser Durvedene Denena Pratnoti Purusha Suryam Devendrani Hal Iti Sri Kubersto from Omyasharya Kubaraya Visravanya Dana Danya Dipataria Dana Danya Darun Srim Merde Hitapalia Swaha Om Shrim Him Klim Shrim Klim Vishvaraya Tama Om Hrim Shrim Klim Shrim Kubaraya Shalakshmi Mamakri Hedanam Pararia Paraya Tama Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Yakshaya Kubaraya Vishravanya Dana Karshanarya Sarvaloka Vasikararia Danadanyari Padaria Danadanya Samruder Mer dari Kaparia Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumara Om Chaya Rajaya Virmaria Kirsaria Dirmaitana Kubaria Prachurayar Sikia Kampasi Ara Kapasi Ringar Kia Kampasi Ringarana Kapasi Gugi Makampasi Kia Kampasi Ara Kapa Sikia Kampasi Ara Kapasi Ringar Kia Kampasi Ringarana Kapaga Kumashkarsana Sikia Kampasi Ara Kampa Zikia Kampasi Ara Kapasi Ringar Kia Kampasi Ringarana Kapaga Luala Bebora No Zikia Kampasi Ara Kampa Om Namo Hum Sarkararon Summa Munka Gata Metroya Surma Nyarkosani Samanta Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Rakarambi Om Sarvani Surma Hum Vajra Hum Parom Shring Ring Kling Glom Karbataya Varavaraj Sarvaja Jame Vaja Mariye Swahata Poshariya Virmahe Akarutudari Adi Mahitano Dandi Prachudayarom Shanti 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 Om Kanari Yaksayardama Om Kumakapatayardama Bruta Rayardama Om Ring 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 Om Virar Vagrundari Adi Mahitano Dandi Prachudayat Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Shorili Ashaya Jamani Asha Sarvasutrum Samhara Samhara Kshema Labam Kuru Kuru Dushtagra Hamum Patsvaha Arunam Puruna Tarangi Chapshu Tarafi Shankash Bushpa Barab Chapamani Pira Brutamakara Hamedieva Babaria Neshri Marashri Marani Shri Marsenesh Varni Chitagi Sulekambura Kilev Korea Samuria Turia Barusa Sraja Barusa Vitragishwaru Papishari Kuran Kunkushu Vala Ronomono Ropekshar Shor Katlanda Pachatan Matraseka Nijaron Prabhapura Maja Pramharanda Mandala Champaka Shoka Parnario Sorekantika Skacha Kuru Vidya Manishling Kanikuntira Mandita Shtami Sundra Vibraj Delikis Dala Shurbi Demukutul Kambamura Kanapi Vishakavaranas Mara Mangalia Guru Atur Chelika Lakshmi Parivaha Chalan Mina Balu Charanava Champaka Pushpana Sadanda Virajit Telekadi Teleskarinas Parana Pasur Kandaba Manjari Kulpikana Paramano Reka Yukali Petapan Dupan Mandala Malaysia Shipari Bavi Gobala Bovara Roma Bashina Kari Chara Triugam Sri Petrikamat Siapa Pramare City Parachin Tripetruk Dabata Bisham Swaha, Sakti, Patila, comes read you the Trigapita from Japa, then you got a Serenas from Sabaramara, Saranamarisasi, Pratishadas and Namahamuki Street, the Yadamadi, Ombija Yardamagoya, so Hasaka Yardamabari, Opaka, Kariatama, Nabori, Veniguari, Namar Swagi, Ninas from Gustibium, Namhari, Tarjani, Piam Namaram, Biam Biam Namaharamani, Biam Nama, Rimkan Piam Nama, Kronkarara, Prasapiam Nama, Iti, Karinias, Kromade, Yarnama. Rasvab Sky was Ramkabaka, Union 3 was on Chromas Robidi, Singnias, books from reality, David Mukadan, Dipadrama, David, Scottish for Infinity, but David Barasrum, Pampa, Yamika, Karamsum, Monkas, Makfish, Yami, from where I get to Pamakrap, Kamal Yamika, Devon Sami, from Mika, Adam Thermani, Yam, Never Yami, some spoke out of jumps, more Pami, Chapamala, Mantro, Mama, Maria, Samator, the Pinning, Category, selling assets of money. Siri Baba Gudumandrom Him Sida Guru Presidom Himas Trip Trukamandrom Krom Himam Turgiam Kia Vasaya Vasa Kingdom Roke Abakim Homum Patswa Hasaranganes Kromada Yarnamanim Spaces Rasbam Sikai Vasram Kavakayum in the 3 years for Chromas Repetitis Singling books Robiati, David Mokaverum, Dipetro Maria Strascaris for the Pinity Party, Dividend Baros from coming on Kampuja, Yamaki, Karapsam of Homing, Amakisomaki, Puto Bambaramika to Kamakarapi, Yapi, Amnamiki Adam Son from Tramaki Adam Imperium, Ivariamism Sumaki Subukara Pujam Sumatapami Sumatapam, Vieti Guild, 3 Gomaras, Makarapam, Japam City of Watu, Devi Prasada, Mister, Japan, and Talamala, from Male, Sabada, Vama, Subaba, Subom, Kurusim, Bagraya, Sobiram, Kadei, Om Hinsia, and Namaha, Hinganes of Grand Hongo, Nasa Koreas or the Arbama, Rosoro, Toto, Sortigo, Mata, except Scan to me up, Matias, keep up in and came Jix, Bibicalar, Garking, and the Mario, Mirni, Molboheim, Delaver, do before the board, Virtual Jerk, Fons, Pirsia, Fura, Force Force of Mo. Ekman Joknol order for now Borsa for Bomek for they of Bumir Markaimani or EV, Beer Miquemer Ran, Fair Morna Power, Boss or Dorbos, your mere big bosses under nature, Nace, Bodo, near Jok Ponsa, Neopen, Minka, Bos, Genunga, Ingresburgi, Bors, Bos, near Bos, Bomer, your view, Bears, if me, Cormier, Ranskor, Blue Source, Scared, Sornana, Solar, Sterna, as was Corin Groins, Cornungulo, Key sort of. Borg Surnen Serni Marna Hendi Horum Home Jor Hemen Jor Bruce or Navy Sea Aborsali Arti Marni Navy Sea Abad Mengen Arti Source Door Navy Sea Abors Rabi Getting Gunjun Kuller Stroken Copper Katu Kurek Nation Nokon of Kopu Morkin her two of Nijanda Cardorno Catan Chroma Tojoto Satsala available Bors Yarcho Horn Horham Jobo After of Blue Hopes may grupo at the devil for Morton Gescopu, Torgo Blue, Tortui, Tornit, Tierburg, Ubor, Brain Peterkis, Fontor Gordigons, Prayer Book, Mobile Summer Show, more Corn, Jotunheimum, Ginjin, Grinjin, Quill, Sronkin, Copa Palcatux, Everscadi, Virgo, Turtle, Skip Show, Brains, Flow, Rigor, Brains, Late Show. Boss more shows near Mazero for playing Ro and Durina Nor Blind Marican Morgon or Blue Vergoid or Blue Certain Durins and Big Corn Wall Bell Career Board Pekinka New Respects Boss and Dear Bears Fero Brigi Better Bush Noblongo Nafa and Nore Naluk Colum Bernam Liam Breastfriend Luangor Liam Breastcraft that Rain Mardin Embrace a metal port at Terra Pera Truk Mogo Chila Fiera Big Soblis that the Turun Tenet that Tun Brigaterunega and that Telum Alfred Twendress and then doors ring warfare legal wars or seres ersefer to fearlessly mone colombo moon comfort Alfred Twin doors in doing doors or rig war or league doors or seret ersefer to fearlessly Mona Colombo, Luna, Rose, Way, Rose, Letters, or we could be Lord, we prayed our weed, or Rose, or Rose, Home Sin, Difficile, True Stroke, Rumbrinis, and Seed, Parentos, Chorus, your and the Solent Tool, Set, Cornin, Dominus, Repin Services, State, Narvis, Christian, the Facility, Set, and possibly was the Carte, Dominatos, Omnipotent, Succession, at Dominos, Dominator, Human Christ, Matul, Omnis, Victory, Constitute, Domine, Volume, Contitor. Colcoris Merpis, you will means tournament call for zero, they will their tours manifestantes Arbarin Macum Hill Arbarin Macum Hill Arbarin Cum Hill Arbarin Cum Hill Arbarin Mac Drapor Frog permitrax cum saxum saxorum in versum mortum oparum daina ta volumen quartum draconis de mordur mi durur de mongo scerteno scertromo gosamo samo sor sharmo saya no troco fas patuto spelten Osi kunushi lime ushiti kunushi osi mushitu kawatum kutumtu masi baritum kabritum navritum ashashu kashaptu ukashapardi ali ni tumu bararni ali yau astari yau sisu ali yau li meri yau mru masanaku imdi kurwa selalu mushau araku imatarda alu pi yau porti pi uproso Memastirti yau martu ali li nubus yarduti zirdi Isisari mi alani grabuti shimar da bardi tini dina lati limba upo salam kashati yau kashati ya chai pishi au mushtapishi ti ya ismasarati sharmushi ripshuru rishi shalimuti pishalu shaluli sharnur shazulu tabdu shaibu amari murti ya kimaz aluli taturk sharipushu kishpi kimag tabdi sharmiki shusha kurturu apiturusho Zuluku kala martusha mala serina gibiri gu yalari mushitum salami ya rapa griti tapiera dupira samani ya napa grita kiera dupira samani ya iri bagrita shni yalari dupira samani ni shti bagrita shni yalari dupira samani ya gimax grita kiera dupira samani ya na kukulari kiera dupira samani ya na ikari tapsaru dupira samani ya na skabari shni yalari dupira samani ya na bishadura tapsaru dupira samani ya na kishpada kiera dupira Sininganingan kabasiringan lorna kabasiringan lorna kabasiringan in korkoren kabasiringan in korkoren kabasiringan another shorima kabasiringan in dar shorima kabasiringan in dula sakaba kabasiringan in dula sakar kabasiringan in dula kabasiringan in ul dula kabasiringan meshara kabasiringan in meshara kabasiringan in martingia in the lage kabasiringan in martingia in the lage kabasiringan shigi masak bartari taran Bolerma Kampa, Singer Borbor, Carder, Gorning, Garianega, Capacity, Garini, the Gari, Dingara, Luna, Yarsar, Sargurn, Katar, Garda, Nerkampa, Sinigarana capacity, Garkia, capacity, Garuki, capacity, Ganabo, capacity, Garishta, capacity, Garimashu, capacity, Garano, capacity, Garamaru, capacity, Ganini, Bador, capacity, Garigi, capacity, Garanaki, Kampa, Sinigan in Lola Corcaregi, capacity, Ganin, Lolan Corcaregi, capacity, Ganin, Bibila, Sharegi, capacity, Ganin, Corcaregi, Shin, and Babaregi, capacity, Gananuna, Tingan, Gira, Kalanegi, capacity, Carmo, Utugzula, Surgitin, Surmula, Surin, Garrison Maskin, Sursiana, capacity, compositing Ganin, Lola Corcaregi, capacity, Ganin, Lolan Corcaregi, Siniganin, Bibila, Sharegi, capacity, Ganin, Corcaregi, capacity, Garanuna, Garali, Kelere, Kaneka, Sinigarana capacity, Garkia, Campa, Parara, Temarata, Papa, Terke, Nerde, Azagara, Sagdi, Morna, Tanam, Tarakarasi, B, Morna, Tado, Truxur, Kurbi, Morna, Terala, Sur, Kurbi, Morna, Targadim, Zuri, Morna, Tarkara, Sur, Garbi, Morna, Tarek, Garzur, Garbi, Morna, Tarini, Marni, Diara, Tashbi, Arbar, Bar, the Bearish, Sharti, Ati, Mardu, Kashatu, so you me. I agree, Varianam home is not Vanamum Kisavarianamum Morusarianamum Govindarianamum Pundarakakarianamum is not Venamum Visumbararianamum Hararianamum Marigayartamum Sarvagisarianamum Savadarianama Sanatarianamum Neradare Yanamum Nerekararianamum Neresariat Namum Neruparavarianamum Nerajanarianamum Niskalankarianamum Nitadara Yanamum Neramararianamum Sirana Maria Yarnama Saksina Namum Saranya Yarnam Savadaya Karianamum Srimata Namalukotri Sarianamum Sivarianamum Sarat Spata Pradarianamum Paravaratanama Umberadaria Namo Peravaria Namo Paratararia Namo Panaria Namo Punyar Namo Punyar Namo Punyakataria Namo Parapararia Namo Paramarne Namo Parasmana Namo Parasaria Namo Parakaria Namo Pararia Namo Savadabarkaria Namo Visudesar Nama Vera Verikara Pregara Yanama Home Sokolo Parisveria Yarnamum Niskalaria Nomi Sarasvara Skarte Nama Omaskala Maran Budraya Stardia Namom Para Palaria Nom Parana Porosaria Namos Resaria Namom Sarantia Yarnama Parasvararia Nom Sataria Nom Dataria Nom Stukraria Nom Jitamatraya Namom Jagabaria Yanam Jamatraria Namom Jivaria Namom Jadaria Namom Jariana Sani Yatnama Japa Priya Namam Japa Studia Namam Japa Karte Namam Priya Karte Namam Vivave Namam Vimalaya Namam Visvaruparia Namam Vispotra Namam Virustaria Namam Virusram Studia Nama Satidaria Namam Garsanakaradia Namam Sray Pradaria Namam Sruti Maria Namam Sray Sampataria Namam Visvararia Namam Sartudaria Namam Manataro Paria Namam Pradaria Namam Priti Bararia Namam Vartaria Namam Vartupararia Namam Sarvasarna Namam Tamahalaria Namam Jana Sakaria Namam Janine Namam Purna Kandra Sabravaria Namam Jana Raria Namam Varabararia Namam Yogire Nama Yuisaria Namam Sarvakabadaria Namam Magikia Namam Habarner Namam Manasaria Namam Sresar Nama Hamsaria Namam Paramasaria Namam Vispotra Namam Viraja Namam Surasvati Kara Sanaka Saria Nama Jatamada Sultaria Namam Baramartati Taria Nama Sarviskata Varsavaria Namam Prana Gita Ruparia Namam Veraharan Karamarte Naman Iti Sri Hayagri Vasutara Santa Namavali Manataria Namam Saria Namam Gararia Namam Vararia Namam Manevika Maraya Namam Nisataria Namam Ravataria Namam Vera Korabaria Namam Vishnu Priya Namam Vedusturia Namam Verata Maria Nama Visudarima Namam Sasaria Namam Sarusitania Namam Saparamanti Daria Namam Apreka Judaira Namam Kararia Namam Manika Svana Panayan Nama Omamara Surya Namam Magaru Paria Namam Balaya Namam Vaso Karia Namam Varabarekaria Namam Vanekararia Namam Salaniyar Nama Vasalaniyar Namam Varabasi Daria Namam Vetuswara Dine Namam Devadrika Maniyar Namam Tamoro Paria Namam Tapikararia Namam Dadindaria Nama Kasamanaja Namam Kalaro Paria Namam Yuga Paria Namam Ganararia Namam Dasventaria Namam Negandararia Namam Nikaswapia Nama Sumbararia Namam Sakaparania Namam Sakalapalaria Namam Subrikaya Namam Satanaria Namam Pakasarasa Namam Pamsaya Namam Pramadaria Namam Tekandaria Namam Krataria Namam Barivasaya Namam Baraskaria Namam Basarasa Namam Verganaya Namam Baritaria Namam Tasikaria Namam Lukurisaria Namam Zumaria Namam Paravaya Namam Panaria Namam Punyaya Namam Kataria Namam Barasaria Namam Barikaria Namam Uskikaria Namam Paraparaya Namam Kodukararia Namam Sasaria Namam Santaria Namam Tataria Namam Dayamana Pataria Namam Sapujaya Namam Sabrekararia Namam Neskararia Namam Niranjalaria Namam Bataria Namam Taranya Namam Saudakaria Namam Janajaya Namam Victoria Namam Bachotuparia Namam Mahararia Namam Yogisvararia Namam Namam Pararia Namam Pramakarina Namam Sakarana Kararia Namam Chizukuraria Namam Chivaria Namam Jadaya Namam Japapriya Namam Jivisoruparia Namam Virusaria Namam Virusam Sujaya Namam Solepraria Namam Prandaria Namam Vistuparia Namam Kutaria Namam Kitararia Namam Nagastraya Namam Pusaria Namam Visankaria Namam Bayoruparia Namam Sarisupaya Namam Sakaloparia Namam Karus Butaria Namam Valevipaya Namam Susam Varia Karia Namam Pariravi Busaria Namam Nagandraya Namah Iti Sri Nagadavata Sutara Santana Mavali Nesho Kostano Sukulish of me, he Prashika Gnos Groom Berenkan Sherleb to Chargan Moshul or Sin Shula Chishian Crete Your Shares, Sian Peringala Brasremier, Sian Pro Gurtier de Suor Star name on after the Merchants Bjorn. Neormen till terne forma Jishul Bula Brain Bell Bush Vilcher decreted to one tour Gata duorden an der Marksan Spiorat der Romantur San Gunro der Dam Dronien Jungum Benacierde der Moschur se Benacierde Moschur am Narcir Benacierde Besen mor nabiure se Benacierde mo nabiure medalnem sar dorsa var sarsir Arthur Claire Pedro Mary and Harcher Stadia Buner Nurdi Carnier Zer Nur die Cartier Cesar Nur Bernsan Serter Sur Cernigile Sierta Serna Mera Masa sur firia sar morber masa sur menar firi ver ni dedes bjura chers ver cardia fjura gus fjura cher da fjuri ni ar ser ledor ner er krod ser er korverik fjern en fjurin kronelik mer gus norbir nu Medan sur krod gus an bjuren tjur de messer do mucho senten de atera makar gus en spiorat dormera barber nark noera chorre lars narchor messer gus orkas torne bernes lom per gus morbi fjuro ru de arbirti erge fjuri ner krod der gus fjur de nasar ned Bernerm Seregus Orgasturne Bernes Lum Vern Cada Cicalindi Tatavapina Sagita Garavo Muta Beri Nadi Vatarna Kamala Savarada Marupa Rama Sarambu Pramara Parti Kana Sorcita Paro Jaganas Famina and a Paticami Babatume Puja Savia Vernum Sarasisi Kipir Sham Catita Tetu Kulam Dentrante Sahat Cekara Kata Sarm Vidadarte Sara Srimat Vardana Vasarti Lila Parichario Jaganas Famina and a Paticami Babatume Mahabor Dester de Carcarucer de Nilasicar de Vasan Prasaranta Saharaja Palabadurna Balena Subhadra Maria Star Sakala Suora Sebavasaratu Jaganas Famina Patkami Vabatume Corpa Paravara Sajala Jalara Sonoro Ceru Ramavara Ramasapora Damala Pangor Murhatka Sorendre Dardia Srutikana Sirka Gita Carito Jagannath Swami Nainapatikami Babatume Pratoruntur Gacan Parti Nelita Burderva Partielle Sruti Prator Bavam Pratipara Markaranya Saraya Dasinya Dorla Barsakala Jagata Sindustaria Jagannath Swami Nainapatikami Babatume para Pramar Perda Kuvala Kiadalo Fulana Giordivars Miladro Nihita Charano Nantan Sarasira Sarando Radha Sarasava por Rincarna Sarku Jagra Swami Nainapatikami Babartume Men Varia Shara Jamnachari Karakare Mari Yavipavarnam Naryache Raham Yaram Yam Nikila Jana Kamiyam Vara Valdur Sarakala Kala Praramatar Partina Citta Charito Jaganaspami Naina Batkami Vavatume Harat Vam Samsaram Drutatara Samsaram Surapate Harat Vam Paparam Vitatitamaparam Yarava Parte Ahudinana Vam Nigita Charano Nischitam Miradam Jaganaspami Naina Batkami Vavatume Jaganasta Kumpurnyamya Parther Prayarta Susir Sarva Papavisur Dharma Visnur Kam Sarikachi Charti Srimad Sankaracharya Verachitam Jaganastakam Sampurnam Brahma Morar Visorachita Lingum Nirmalabasita Sobita Lingum Janmajaduka Virasarkar Virasana Lingum Tapamami Sarasiva Lingum Devamuni Pranavarchita Lingum Kamadana Korana Karat Lingum Ravana Darpavena Sana Lingum Tapamami Sarasiva Lingum Sarvasugana Sulapapin Lingum Bor Vivadara Karana Lingum, Sira Sora Sora Vindira Lingum, Tapamami Sarasiva Lingum, Kanakam Mahamani Busita Lingum, Fani Pari Vastita Sopita Lingum, Taxas Yoratnar Venasana Lingum, Tapamami Sarasiva Lingum, Kunkuma Chandara Lapira Lingum, Pankajara Sosobita Lingum, Sanchita Papa Venasana Lingum, Tapramamai Sarasiva Lingum, Devagara Chita Savita Lingum, Pavayora Pakapara Vachar Lingum, Dinara Karakoti Pravakara Lingum, Tapramamami Sarasiva Lingum, Masadadu Paripastita Lingum, Sarva Sambar Vaskarana Lingum, Asaradra Venasana Lingum, Tarpamami Sarasiva Lingum, Sora Guru Sora Vara Varajurjita lingum, Soravana Puspasara Cherta lingum, para mam para makalingum, tapamami sarasiva lingum, lingasakar merdam purnyam yapata siva sarento, siva lukmav noti sabina sahamolarte, Nataraja Nartana Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Sankara Nataraja. Karamba Kananam Priyam Sirambarya Viharinam Marabaro Murka Gumpita Svardim Balalorosurukam Sarambarkam Mokararam Sarambur Pernitararam Orambosha Jagagoram Sirambanam Vivavarya Samasta Bhaktaposana Swahasta Vadarakaram Prasatara Kyarati Vevavam Nerasara Jar Jarapardam Krasmati Saranam Sirasta Kandram Mandalam Horamboja Jagagoram Sirambaram Vivavarye Jarakati Tamarirtam Nitala Lokaram Virtam Parikartar Starikam Tartam Parterra Pakala Pardam Notika Parva Virnam Tara pasa darinam horam boja jaga koram seram param vivari karanga sabaso pirtam seram kajrar nanar sirtam parangana vikararam varakar karachirtam karangara tarna sakam tarangar makata karma haram boja jaga koram seram param vivari amanda barya bajaram sumanda hasasar murikam sumanda Marna Kamini Garindra Karikardarvam Samamam Damam Dalurtam Mamanda Yaranta Matmano Horamboja Jagagoram Sirambaram Vivavarya Karindra Karma Vasar Sam Garindra Sikapararinam Surendra Mukya Porjitam Karindra Vaharna Priyam Ahindra Busano Jvalam Nagendra Javialam Sernam Horamboja Jagagoram Sirambaram Vivavarya Mahaparani Tarte Sarapila Sakarinam Palarisa Pravajaranam Lamama Purupalokaran Parasa Panindra Harinam Javalas Trisula Darinam Harambuja Jaga Garam Siram Baram Viva Varya Sasakor Bono Vihutra Varajita Trilokarnam Visalavaksa Sam Surakarva Hurana Manitam Tiragam Balosalava Pararam Dararatam Viram Harambuja Jaga Garam Siram Baram Viva Varya Sarang Taranga Saja Nordika Vapar Sangana Sarne Maradar Diurta Dojana Lisik Sarne Vika Sarna Siram Parakya Sakoru Svarupa Mertya Butale Sarasivo Vara Jarte Saras Muranirto Hara Sarambarkya Sakuru Ridam Saravisal Vila Seranam Morali Karanti Yarskurt Sarupamama Starkam Saravasa Tara Laria Hari Priya Tara Nana Vira Priya Kaniska La Jagaguru Ranu Graditi Sri Sirambara Pankakamara Stotram Om Sharavana Bavaria Namaha Om Tat Porcharia Virmahe Mahasenariya Dirmai Tanuskanda Prajodaya Om Skanda Katikir Yar Pravarate Prayarandana Yar Chal Mahadeva Kumaraya Subhama Yayarte Namaha Agasho Varsha Namostu Barandar Varndia Pandara Vidaria Sudakararia Saranadnaria Mitavikramaria Gari Harananda Samur Balavaria Namostur Torobiam Pranata 304 Samastaria Nano Mano Ratarlam Datraranam Paratarekasya Hantre Prakantara Sora Tarekasya Amorta Mortaria Sahasramotariye Goraria Garayariya Paraparaya Rapa Paraparaya Namostu Tubyam Siki Vihanariya Namostu Te Brahmi Virtam Varaya Digambara Yarambara Sanam Stiritariya Haran Varanya Haranyar Bhavariye Namo Haranya Haran Ratasya Tapa Swaruparya Tapo Dana Yala Tapa Palanam Pratiparakarya Sara Kumararya Mara Marhayane Training Karta Svaraya Veragyara Nama Namostu Turbiam Sara Jaram Barden Virpo Pratasarya Rona Datar Katarie Palaya Kabala Parakramaria Sanmaturia Yamanaria Toria Murustama Yotar Meruse Namo Namo Garanam Paraya Garaya Namo Surte Janmajara Tikaria Namo Visakaria Susarti Parayer Savarsia Natasha Kumara Kaya Koron Karakia Tara Kamara Karia Svahiana Gangeya Kakarekeya Serga Durviam Nasaratarum Namostoritis Friskande Mahaparane Kasikande Pakavim Satitamo Diarie Sri Karekeya Starkam Skandu Vacha Yuis Paroma Sera Karekeo Kanadana Skanda Kumora Sernes Parmi Sankara Sambhava Gange Yastadamara Kuraska Brahmarkari Sediki Varatarakar Roma Putra Konkarisia Sarana Sabda Brahma Samutraskar Sertal Salvesvato Ruguhasana Kumoro Barga Valmurga Musa Pala Prada Sarajar Maga Hanandisa por Varjon Murti Marga Kor Sarvagalma Prenerta Karvanchita Tarpradar Sarna Astavim Sarten Varni Marianti Erdia Parte Prayus Esranaria Yuto Murgo Vakas Pater Baver Maha Mantro Mahayaniti Mahanama Nurakter Tal Mahapraja Mava Note Natra Goraya Vikarana iti Sri Rudraya Male Prasha Vivadana Karya Sri Makarikeya Stotra Narararu Vacha Pranama Serasar Dervam Kari Purtra Vinayakam Bhakta Varcham Samaranen Yarma Yusha Kamaristaria Pratama Bhakrata Duranam Chaherantaram Vithiyarkam Tritiyam Krishna Perengarsam Gajavartram Katurarkam Lambora Param Parcharmam Chaksasam Vigatam Nerva Chasaptamaram Vigararjam Chadumarabaram Tatastar Dharmam Navarmam Bala Chandramam Chandasamaram tu Vinayarkam Meka Dasam Gana Partim Dvara Dasam Tur Gajaranam Dvara Dasatarni Namarmi Trisardiam Yapatinarara Nacha Vernabhyam Tasya Sarva Siri Garam Paramam Vireyata Lavarte Telidiam Darnarti La parte Darnamporarti La parte Putran Moksarti La parte Gartinja Pegana Parti Sutram Sara Piram Masare Palam Labardet Samvatasarana Serin Chala Parte Natra Samsaya Astabio Brahmarabhyascha Likirvaya Samar Parya Tarasya Vidya Bhava Sarvagana Sarsya Prasarata Iti Srinara Pararne Sankasana Saranam Namagana Sarstotram Alvetavastam Marte Pranamajaran Sampadhanaya Dotanamanamasi Marupam Prahala Posanaratam Prateka Varsyam Devamura Kamarti Navamikorpasamudram Natajana Vana Kana Vaparakalasya Degramana Suslu Evar Burvatarasya Sambhanamina Mahavisnum Visipo Vidaratam Yaskagore Horam Tarmo Holum Tu Satora Vikararona Rim Narari Vapu Sarm Narvami Tamvirsum Ripu Haryastir Tara Jara Jasa Goname Vasona Miserna Kara Jagarai Date Astam Yuhande Prala Dat Prabar Yara Niskalam Yarham Prala Dam Pranama Janma Karte Karvanti Divi Sardo Yarni Prada Palada Daram Sitram Burtea Namarmi Jasamarha Ham Sarandikaru Kadadavalam Kara Praka Para Sora Dirasam Kara Narbal Jura Varakyam Taram Paserva Ratam Praka Vora Marade Mokena Rodro Vapusaka Saumya Sankankanaratam Prakatikarosi Piasasyar Kata Baria Tarma Verke Yara Prasa Dia Yara Samya Yorobor Iti Sringeri Jagagoru Sri Chara Darva Salve Varna Sima Pararti Svalme Veris Verasitum Sri Nerasima Sarantarkum. Chương trình sinh cho thầy sinh nguyên bản một tiếng của số phổ minh bộ minh hồ sinh rồi khối minh diễn dình sen an ninh sản phu nhung chú phổ vũ sang kinh chỉ chi rô lê linh trình khối sinh số đàn khối số sinh thu khối chủ phiên sẽ sinh trình lãnh thông minh nhân sinh lô kinh chi ở sinh cực kỳ sẽ vậy sinh hồ sinh hồ bên kê sinh yên sinh đàn nhân linh hồ đông sinh sĩ sinh lan yar đô Kitchen Kunji Jiro Ling Jin 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 George Ling Baru Ti Shun Nan Wei Shin Jing Ji Ji Huan Po Wu Shang Zhong Ming King Long Mao Do Jing Kun Yun Zhu Hu Zhong Wu Shei Wei Wu Shin Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Garan Turi Shin Chu Yun Chi Yan Jin Fu Hu Wan Ning Yor Tu Shin Huan Tu Di Ji Ling Zhu Sher Yor Ji Bore Wang Jing Tori Zhang Xing Du Shen Wei Jing King Gar Fang Wei they showed hunting, they sang your ming, so they sing what ye garo your English and jing dian di sin cho dian di jiren ki pension dong zong, shun chu hong leng say yon, ba peng wei sin chi wo jiren ning bo fu ming, fu wo zero ten, garo lo, dara dong ang dai zon, John yo fu zero lo. Ren Sha Guai Wan Jen Jin Xin Xin Jun Zhu Xin Xiu Wen Xi Shong Yi Ban Ke Beng Yan Nan Nan Jing Wu Yor Bei He Xi Wen Mo Wen Shu She She Wei Wu Xin Joing Hui Yu Shan Jiang Ti Er Cheng Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Guan Xin Zhu Jiang Di Jun Zhong Wan Ti Berin Ken Wan Shu Wan Jie Xin Jun Wu Shen Tong Shan Jie Nei Wei Wu Do Du Jun Fu Yu 金光秀呜呜神兮兮，不神心兮不温饱罗天地研究更新周西版，心有光明神在谁为我的谁因万神就力一系雷电我有撒冷淡。张外王心内有别离，雷神眼明天图，就是前有。Kẻ thanh tinh chính kinh chú Jordan phú khu hiện rình chính chứ rù lý linh chú sinh sen chú đô yu xin chú sharan sharan sang sharan sang pro yu lur je kun di kan jen ling xiao pen sharan per len John Lincoln con jen ta chú tan chi chứ rù lý linh xuan yun chú yorn jan thấy chú hor jay cher chú ya ya jor hor hor chú hor phu vu phang pai he yi zhong ji wu jin jin huang ren an bei nei shu yi ar dong zhong shi xuyên fu yo shi yi zhong xian wen dan fu zhou shou ki wo ming ming ki wo jin ke shi kern chen lor ni ke fu yo ming chang yo lai shou yi shi sheng jar du Nam mô Hela Đa Na Dola Ya Na Mô Waliya Podo Jerry Shul Bolaya Porti Sa Bopo Er Mohe So Dol Poria Mohe Jara Julni Jari Onga Sa Pola Pai Sura Lorda Jer Namo Jer Jer Lir Yor Yermeng Alia Polo Jeri Shivola Lingto Por Namo Lorja Jen Chishi Mo He Podo Shaye Mea Sapo Arta Dulsho Pengashi Yunsa Posa Dul Namos Posa Donamo Porter Mopate Durda Jita Onga Polur Jor Jerdi Jor Di Chili mohe portisal dosa posa bomo lamo jimo jili to yun julu germing dulu fa she yedi mohe pa she yedi to la di lini shi pola yeshe la ji la momo pa mola mori ri ji ji shi na la shen po la she ye pa shi shen po la she ye hulu mo la hulu ji li shu lu pu ti ye pu to ye mi di li ye lo la jen chi di li she ni na po ye na mo na so po ye he ji to ye so po he mo he ji to ye so po he ji to yu yi shi po la ye so po he lo la jin chi so po he mo la lo la so po he ji la singa mo ke she so po he so po mo he a ji to ye so po he je ji la ha ji to ye so po he bo to mo zero to ye so po he lo la jin chi po ke la ye so hu po he mo po le sheng jia la ye so he po he na mo he la na do la ye na mo wa li ye po lo chi di cho po wa ye so po he ong chi tian do man do la ba do ya so po he bo re bo lo mi a bo jin jing jung shi shai pu sha jing xian bo re bo lo mi do shi zhou zhan wu yun jie kong du yi ge go xia li ji yi xie bo yi gong kong bo yi xie ji xie jing shi kong kong ji shi xie shou zhong xin shi yi fu ru shi xia li ji xi shu fa gong xiong bo shen bo me bo go bo jing bo jing bo zhan xi gu gong zhong wu xie wu shou jing zhang xi wu yan er be xie xian yi wu xie jing zhang wei chu fa yu wu yan jie na xi wu yi xi xie wu ming yi wu ming jian nei xi wu lao xi yi wu lao xi jian wu gu jie me dao wu ji yi wu de yi wu shou de gu pu ti sa do yi bu re bo lo mi do wu jian wu hai wu yu gong bu yun li yan do ming zhang zhu den jian nai pan san shi ju fu yi bu re bo lo mi do wu de an do lo san yo san pu ti gu ji bu re bo lo mi do shi da xian zhou shi da ming zhou shi wu zhang zhou shi wu ding ding zhou ning zhu yi ku kur jian shi bo zhou gu zhou bo rebel lord mir dor jorge jorge yor ger di ger di bolor ger di bolo sheng ger di puti sapo he nan mo foto yer nan mo damo yer na mo sing kia na mon mo kunji ja ku sha mo he sha jura ba jen jera ji tuan jor jera pari jen do mo ni mo he bo teng mi lu di shi xia zhu la jie li xia ye hong ba xia ye han bo ta mo jing dao de mo ni shu la hong nan ba la tur bo da na mi hong na mo san man da dur mo to nan bo la ri he do she du shu long nan da ji tu an ke ji hong hong ru wa la Bola ru wala di se cha ji li shopo ja chandi ja ji sho wa he na mo po to ye na mo ta mo ye ha na mo sen ke ye an ji tu lu ji tu lu ji li da li bo lo li sho wa he ha na mo ba ge wa ri ya ba la mi da yo li ara sur pieni shishiri da dejo la je yera kar ger dar ye hala heri san yo san buddha ye darni yeta hat saliba san si geli bali shuda da la mada gegena sang ma wu di shaba wabu shir di mahena ye bali wali shu hena mobo he bari pisha she julu biluli bola po hela she ye Tatu yer dor ya la heri san yon san boto yerasi tong pia shashi pishashi san mojari so he ong mani bari she hong magani ainarji jute bara jerte jarnawa dergli ker sa orwo warta burliji Tagena bulana nabuli diur terbanarno na marlorgio sholaya so herli poli cure ekyo heri dolorni tilni herla tikilini di mohe kerdishin kardina moe mildo poyaldo to kerdo yeldo ti yalto emildo po Piarmilidoji tampo piamilido Jaran diarmilido jalan dokiamilni kekenul jaldul jalisu puhena mo futur namo damo namo senke namo jilil he tibier dar niatur borifulu no jalinan montul tasherni mohe piar hello Chiarisat Malto, Jorboli, Fulino, Walino, Ramodi, Bohe, Piergur, Piergimor, Kerling, Der Lorbo Serenki, Digi, Rising, Cadigir, Der San Batu, Watuano, Polor, Me, Jotin Generation, Puhati, Sensure, Leo, Tuyo, Tang, Short, Shonshisho, Sean, Junio Sherman, Ti Yorway Tandi Yorobing Shan Gorman Wur Yorwur Wei Fulu Sho Xiar Shan Yo Mahung Ching Chi Shen Yishi Ben Shishi Yen Shin Yen Nangan Fu Yishi Ben Xian Yan Ning Li Jing Chi Shu Yon Ning Wun Nai あてへye ya yogi chimaito koko meki somo pogo wa o kigo wa nixista mixtarki he yo tarda he yo harna he yo ria torabi ai kira he yo te ar torabi ai kina he yo te ya tor harda ai Worngin arhini yo te ya tor hartar birn worngin arhini yo ya hi univahu ya hi uniarna enerna hi na hi univahu ya hi univahi ya enerna yani sini hawana hini swabira kini ni tubina ni tubina hohu Warasina no hogu ni himasia sisi Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhirmahitano Vishnu Parashudayaram Devakararaya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhirmahitana Krishna Parashudayaram Tatosharya Virmahe Vasudharya Mahadevarya Dhirmahitano Ruda Prachudayado Mekararaya Virmahe Varundarya Dhirmahitano Dandi Prachudayad Om Kadiyanya Virmahe Kadimurgarya Dhirmahitano Durga Prachudayadam Devidaya Vyarja Virmahe Kamarajarya Dhirmahitano Devi Prachudayad Om Mahadevya Cha Virmahe Vishnupartya Cha Dhirmahitano Lakshmi Prachudayad On Minyo Sharsnianing Gatrithon Dupte Snati Marshnam Sir 3 Barsolin Ruhum Kain Tier 3 Astam Doran Tin Tier Serch Torna Tasi Dam Doro Tornem Cholit Mia Sefum Chorit Luri Gasring Sin Luri Yan san kanter mochul tumti asning ti baskur baser orminir marniar nar ber bar serdam dorin nar stert findruni virbaur hortor Morich rosortar morich romorter murnur nibela morich nimti baspor repech puror piertor morterich Nimrod bana terdoчлен на глас дишlen nimlen tertol cuore per la corte pirnito ti orciertam serti orvigi gardan iurli orminia sene serch Terçam siertele conoptermina certe fordrene brevis ne berter moser deel omdun ditorgil omelan surn schertel un lialor moram sin serch smertnerek proporcher teleklet brilliantnerek ser devi borgier corta cur cortu mordisa roberatin spirito nori furn santo mene esalus turturu esalus ter damne esalus ter palner solaster damne solaster krishna solaster super papalum turum domine benedictua wa Ateheye yayo arteheye yayo arteheye lo arteheye lo ni tuni shila weni gele kikete eye yayo ni tunu shila weni gele kiketa eye yayo arteheye lo ita kudia weni gele kiketa eye yayo nita kudia weni gele kiketa eye yayo arteheye lo minchinshi nante mayose arteheye lo ini chika gerte ini char gerte artehelo charon pawanchi charupi charon pawanchi charupi artehelo chayari piketa artehelo etue chehe chari ho he tue chehe chari ho unko kile chaya he ho unko kile chaya he ho artehelo wanayar marie tetankam wan marie artehelo they tell me okan ketelo yo they tell me okan ketelo yo taku makai chari ka hera mi tawari yelo yo taku makai chari ka hera mai tawari lo yo arte hey yo arte hey yo eya yo min chin chi yi tawakila chi ya min chin chi yi tawakila chi ya oya teye ni chagar pikata che ye oya teye ni chaga pikata che ya teye ye lo arte ye lo har ye ya yo ya yo mi la kin hiu mi chi yana mi ya kin hiu mi chi yara waka blakete ye waka blakete ye onchi hey yo onchi hey yo puya chini wasam wakagin kete puya chini wasam wakagin kete onchi hey yo onchi hey yo le hey ya ye la hey ya ye kangi ye uya te ye chaya wa wello kangi ye uya te ye chaya wello ni ya te ye uya we ni ya te ye hey we Wan Bali Galeshka Wan Yani Uwe Wan Bali Galeshka Wan Yani Uwe Ni Mio Khan Kin Wan Laki ye Mio Khan Kin Wan Laki ye Hena Wan Laki He ye Hi ye mi ching shi mi ta wa ye mi ching shi mi ta wa ye ate he we ate he ya he wello ate he ya he wello yani piketa ya wello yani piketa he ya wello wasan wakin keta he ye wasan wakin keta ye le chi ya pio le chi ya pio ye yellow arte yellow artelena makuwe ye artelena makuwe ye parawan yan makuwe ye parawan yan makuwe ye aramakuwan ye aramakuwan ye ina maheku wo ina heku wo misun kala che ye ya umani ye misun kala che ye ya umani ye ina heku wana sapiketa sapiketa unchi tazipa michu ye unchi tazipa michu ye arte yelo Kiernarianka gali ye Kinjanka gali ye wan lechia wana sapiketa ke yarpi lo wan lechia wana sapiketa ke yapi lo wan kerte kargario wani kerte gario arte heyelo miye wana mariana kario miye wana manianko kanki oriarte wan chanku wagage lo kangi oyarte Wan chanku waga gelo yari pikete cha kula he yellow makasito maniyanu kia o kia wan bali o yate wan horshihi yellow arte he yellow mako wan charia o kia pete kinu kia kagi o yate wan hoshi yellow ate heyelo lena wakal wakagarche ate heyelo o galakin han wakar wakagarche ate heyelo charo po wan kin wakagarche ate heyelo mio kan kin chichuche ate heyelo galakin nyarhi karta ate heyelo Minching shita hena kupi makoche one wash te ayar gali pikate arte heyelo wa lo warna wicheshkar tiye wana wicheshkar tiye we huto ho mani o katana korian wo warkin kete atamichuya wan hinkerpe michuya ahia wasna watin karte ahia wasna watin karte hanpa wachige te wakila lahe wan blini chala har carrier lo wan blini chala har carrier lo tokeche war nerga kinkita tokeche war na wargala kinkite ni hun kun heyelo wakanya ninyar kinkite chagalishka wan lusan ninyar kinkite chagalishka wan lusan ninyar kinkite wan wayar gupo arte heyelo En Israelis har pesutinen truas nusas kaprushara dem perushas kapukin jaror katem sakem nebon kintua thikin japen miurun net sko mari basharaf kana karajas amenebish barashes apotem suten mikinum not keverset petabaram kemnut of nebun nepsekombetem daisharu nevointo bobremari Orin often toim boer tapen seru of serun pod netroins minimal chatoi dar snap not kemaron mutavnu dape betis never at the mishat arbut and fidaran Hamorai part up set up protective data ramandi tam canoe take new option you can see my hair ramai shuri abiju rest of us came no asking tini habra juti you tabreka bratu americano men had a pesha sharabes rapting a base or papi agna sapi and lupit semen sara and america break open or money corsik from the good year root ameru nation better to a term and heru tat heru nantu heru abenu heru choices are happy all your target these months the road can road the news or di participant voice or in the makeup and carry Guru communicator Israel Zakarina Zunumatus Vikatu Matuis Punishes and Essays or a better the Padamkanes Urduis, so I reach in the Piscopre to the way I read illuminations and or can benefit Dorson in work both so I've naked the Queen Cadabes. Budamini will have a better death or better answer. I can do sort of a second and penetrate to Cheta and about in pet second oil or Mapu Amukin there. Chapi up a second resu second toy and a beam testing my basket the set for Basso as I do watch as human head body second by Shadars of the meetings, actors or backers experiment sermented so that menus a person who is getting sermented serment of serapets and then who second a medical bed when the capitan or many even the some for the case and Curtis am second no matter temi to the remedy on the Duvare Kenu shipping Keru Nakan Sarikaru Pasira Trade Kermeti or Tepep Nebrasa Nekin Bubu Nepatim Sepanim of Urkelin and never sort of up never the Patu if meant to do Supakabushi Sef Karabushi Sef More or Toys of Bush Ramarian Sebastian Karam Shetas or Texan Kabarin Katanakina kept to Mesusa Juati, Courage Jaratu, Ramsenti, Nepseti, Saturn, Nims, and Indis, Jark, and excellent Goy, sort of Jarex, and Gumbricoi, Polycum, Jari, work Push Nation in the Eddie Sunamuto, I do Abequabe, go over to Egnukis, no obstacle, make one into repetitive meeting, sir, chum signa segeti and the jury on Mesugunu among super so next to Tom and Henry Pebble Nephews or he got to Tatani who money so take sure the other to Domini who make us Sanani who Abu Tin get in Martin Japan Heri Jaja Tajasar Mohammed Damik Quarting Amabru I get that into a Sunday to Mary Abshu Karaharanki Wami to one penny better Rami that ever never headshot the days of Ramadam and Kinu and as you Nubian Repadium says Mario come a whole time of options up and was like more make money new size or but I can make mood as message to never getting many anu resik never tepel na train right up positioning never talk I come to wish it time so to item and never way I also for them hold up they also for them hold up in potty mas you potty tap you market your attention to mutuk roll new kuna pram no mutu nusis ni apa kum netring so marami boy kapanam torma tota yep sek pram shata net yo manu akem musiko shamo hareki so I partiku pati or ashu per kem nem tuk pem tek su exeka katek no tek wadam determine nu kuwa patara ang padik katum nu tumarangkiu Kopsen po ashu toy marker ju to all two nabria so matenu in pet more two nemana my survive soon petros net that nadi up the pet nu poop tor on top senecti guama kaiorning kaparandu message to I put him kamut of nabu and to dikasu decent and giobenes and nectau hoig net etium sepimi pet that Robin and su and have names to say hey shooting this some sky combine jaru and net do on which had two messages you are to picture I no neck picture and check no gap capron to or on ever to mommy Mr. Rudo was very good never nation no sure who the area this come on case I kept you have him to whom with them through the short through net wrong never I can cron and boop is a kind name she kept the through now you already she bet up can you correct never come to produce get kept a put up naja to tara now you know that you are just a thumb through in injury was at the west and after the water you was him some shazur mind or investments and amenities at Connie good in his set of reason, but I should I shall need that, but to watch any said who rams like no book capri, the Ben Cabrashi Capri Perimeter Mamutan Untram Bam, yes, or now, and can attend Mansing Beer, the one and Kabir, the one and Kabir, and the toys and sort by getting up again here. Do I do to run a Saturday? Are these are you not Abayek. Sebab porsiana korin habia tadi celebrai jobas active singly suti sebab karena pemutius kedipti kerja aratu amu patem tapte karena tu amaro karena pesana tunu nemi kata nambrasro erushu su amu menli sikede berarti karamaru amaro sebenarnya nemi karena sebab sekena korap kuabai kapsekengi karena kuabai syara pergamenen terus sebab sekena korap perkara syara pushari kari Sorry, very coming kind of bike on and Karen Kaipi, recommend through all nature wish, very can they attending Kusamon, who should be taking you at some crash. I mean, Temu, you is on a cabby and a minute reduce and a guys and any separate, and then in Kerti and I cut up from Kuatak, no, Sharuan or a Copera, go up and I can independent service, keep women, go to Kisort of an insurance, the money independently, you have never in the room and Sarasic of a cat and to Nunti of Simoni Goman, see up to Sarah Tevison of Job of his mouth, the Carapus of Service, and in a Capruas and back both of them reproduction of tuning and piata name after and through emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and of white, of tears and of blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Compars, Yana Compa. Newt, Geb, Newt. Kepra, Tuma, Tum. Kansu, or Simitoki Shabu Barasham Turina, high or Simitoki Shabu Barasham Turina, high or Simitoki Shabu Barasham Turina, high. Abracadabra. I could walk. Hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Citrus Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious still. Please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing course, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream up anything you desire to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unification of both thought and deed. You are an electromagnetic individual. You have the ability to push away anything you don't want, and you have the ability to draw forth to you that which you desire. When you are emotionally active, the electricity's on. When you're doing something, you're gravitating towards that magnetic pool of your life. That's what you're doing with it. When you're emotional and you're doing something, you're stamping it into your life, saying, "This is what I want to repeat in my future." Be aware and know that your freedom belongs to you at the power of you. Let's see here. Got you there. Got you here. Wop, ba, ba, boo, wop, wop, bam, boom. Let's get this put up. Always good to put something away before starting another project. It's a real good way to get a whole bunch of stuff in the way. So we got to. Now, if anybody does want a reading, if you would like a tarot or oracle reading, let me know in the chat and I'm going to pick out a name or two. Just give me a name in the chat log. We got YouTube and we got TikTok, so I'm going to catch them. chickens is the first one I saw popped up. Whoa, that's amazing. Okay, guys, I can't make this up. I can't make this up. I said, who wants a reading? Let's get a. I want to do it. I feel like doing a reading. Like the energy is good, right, for a reading. And then over here on TikTok, this is no freaking joke. Here on TikTok, we got somebody literally has the straight up name chickens. No fucking numbers, no symbols, straight up spelled out chickens. And somebody over here called Loose Eye Fur literally commented within the exact same space of time, sacrificed a chicken for you today, bro. I think we're going to do a reading for the chicken. There's just some energy working. I'm not connecting the chicken to the person. I'm not saying you're the sacrifice. The sacrifice already happened. The comment says I sacrificed past tense. Okay, I don't know where they are or anything. I'm not encouraging that. I'm saying thank you. That's all. But then chickens, your spirit, this reading is meant for you, bro. I'm actually kind of excited to give this reading right now. Like happy. That's some alignment. I'll tell you what. This guy, and I'm feeling five decks. Out of the 5 decks, it'll be a total of 4, because 2 will combine as 1. I'm gonna get turned into a roast chicken. No, not at all, not at all. If anything, um, we're gonna activate some dormant things, chicken, so that you can become the. Every single time I've seen a chicken, I've been around chickens. I took care of chickens for a little bit, and I thought they're dinosaurs. They're little dinosaurs. That's all I know. They're little dinosaurs. They got some. They cut their tails off. They put some feathers on them. They made them smaller. They're freaking dinosaurs, man. We were eating dinosaur eggs before. Think about an ostrich egg. That thing's huge. One egg. How many people that could be? Huge. Now there are things within our genes, and we are connected to animals. We are very much connected to animals in past lives, spirits, all information, all of that. Though in this world, I find it's like I found out that I was connected to the bear and the wolf. Those are 2 amongst many that are within my blood, like definitely past lives. So those had to be unlocked. And when I went through the unlocking of them, I had to connect and see how to apply those qualities into my life. We look at a fighter and they have the gosh, in kung fu and different arts of understanding. You got the crane fighting stance, fighting technique style. You got the tiger, and the different types of fighting styles. And this is because they observed the animals and they were able to pull something from them into their real life. They used it as that. But I'm quite positive all that paying attention to an animal did not translate just into a fight move. There was a lot to process of personal experience, understanding past life stuff, what's in the DNA, what's in the blood, what's in the blood. You never know who's walking around. You never know what's in somebody's blood. Somebody started earlier today, and they started it off with talking about the color of my skin. And the first thing that really jumped up to me and spoke out was, you don't know what's in somebody's blood. Just because that's the color of the skin don't mean that's the only. Well, did you look further? Hmm. Past life stuff's pretty important. Connections in our little blood in this lifetime is very important. All right, we got the cards pulled here, chicken. Let's start at the beginning. Now, I do read from the books. They have good information, and I've written a book. I wrote my own book. It's called Cetra. If you want a free copy, you can send me an email to cetra@yahoo.com, plain, SETCHRA@yahoo.com. I'll send you a free PDF copy. If you want to buy a hard copy, it's available on Amazon, SETCHRA. But as an author myself, as a writer myself, I value the choice of somebody's words, especially when I'm looking in a particular direction in any regards. This reading's actually pretty nice reading. Very first card is the Eight of Clubs. This would be fire, and fire is transformation. Something new, fiery, lustful wants to land in your life. Be open and receptive to both people and ideas. Allow space for surprises in life. So if you've closed doors, open some doors. You might have some good things happen. This next card jumps into the chefs, which is connecting to an assistance from a spiritual being, essentially, an ancestor, from a divine. The next card is actually pretty darn interesting. Let's go. There we go. Hold on. There we go. Now, this information is going to help you stay in attunement so that you can get that good strike. You walk through that good door in life. That's what this information is setting up for. Now, okay, hear this out. Disunion, ignorance of self, or the failure to live according to one's true self can be overcome through stilling the thoughts. You stop the thinking process, you interrupt the thinking process so that you can get back to your heart and your true indwelling intelligence. This is advice of how to get that door open in case you don't know how to. I'm going to read that again. Disunion, ignorance of self, or the failure to live according to one's true self can be overcome by stopping the thought process and focusing on the indwelling intelligence. How do you stop the thinking process? I'm going to give you an exercise immediately right now, and you can use this every single day in your future, and you can control when you have thoughts and when you don't. That power lies within you. Here's how you work towards that. It's nothing that happens overnight, it's something that you work towards. So perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, one at least one time a day, what you want to do is get a timer, a clock, your phone, whatever, a countdown, and you set it for 5 minutes. And when you're in your own space and you're safe and comfortable, you set your phone down and you hit start on the timer and you close your eyes. Now, when you close your eyes, you would have chosen a word. I choose the word love. I use the word love for an example. So I'm going to use the word love. That's my choice word, one word. So when I'm sitting there with my eyes closed and a thought starts to come into my head thinking about anything, anything, I'm going to say within my mind the word love. And I'll calmly say it again and again. If that thought is still there, I'm going to say the word love in my mind because I'm focused on one thing, and that I'm not letting anything else come in. That one word's taking me back to square one, all the way down to the base level. Nope, I'm not letting anything else come in. And do that for 5 minutes. And you do that again the next day for 5 minutes. And then in time, you'll go up to 7 minutes, and then you'll go up to 10 minutes, and you're going to learn to choose when you want to think about something or when you don't. And that is what is going to give you the freedom to move forward in life. Now, this is a double-edged sword in a positive way, that this is knowledge about others that you interact with. If you can see that people have a disunion within themselves, if you can see that somebody does not understand they're doing those foolish traits and they're carrying on in those behaviors, well, then you know you're not going to have success with them. You know that whatever project, whatever you're heading towards, okay, we can accomplish this and then I'm out. But that's my limit because I know if I go further, I'm going to hurt myself. I'm going to get myself into trouble. I'm going to close doors. And I want to make sure right now I got some good spiritual help coming to me. Your ancestors are going to come and assist you very specifically through your heart, through your own indwelling intelligence. That's why these two cards popped out together. Okay? Is because the divines, they're going to help you, but they can only help you if you can listen to your own heart. If you can't hear your heart, they can't communicate, and that's where failure will kick in. So, boom, moving on from that one. And we're going to jump here next to this is a cartomancy deck from back in the medieval days. There we go. Boom. Bells. The Seven of Bells. Wow. Bro. Bro. Lucky card that brings recognition and material rewards. Progress in every area. A loving marriage. Rejoice. And the information to know how to get there through all the rough shit along the way. We got one more card. I mean, there's really no extra explanation needs to go with that. The next one is a Egyptian tarot system, and let's see, I believe that would be 41. Wow. With all that goodness happening, this last card makes sense just to be aware of it. I mean, it's, you should just know. Um, chicken, you're gonna grow up, bro. Like whoever you are, your wings, they're gonna expand. Your tail's gonna get fucking longer, and you're gonna conquer whatever territory you move into. Work towards it, and whatever you've been doing, keep doing it, because it's obviously put you in the right path. You wouldn't be getting these cards unless you had a good heart. So, man, really, really keep up in that. Keep following your heart. Keep following what you know to do, and keep ignoring everybody else's junk. This last card is the master of the sword. Master of the sword. This master of the sword brings out that you will make your career in the army or some high official position, but you will have dangerous enemies and envious rivals. All that goodness coming your way, you're going to build something great. And those enemies and rivals, those jealous mofos, they ain't ever going to stop coming. They around you now, they'll be around you later. You get stronger, you'll get different ones. The same lesson applies. Go back to your heart. They're going to be scheming and planning and concocting, but the divine can communicate with you in your heart because they know everything. So they can let you know exactly what to do in the minute. That's our body. And this is something real. I read an article on it. This is scientific fact at this point. Legitimately, I'm not going to waste time going for the article there and trying to pull that up. So I did that the other day. Anyways, the body. Okay, this is scientific, legit truth. I'm not pulling your leg. I'm not BSing you. They have scientifically found out that our entire body, okay, there's scientific words and all that stuff. They get better on the details. Our entire body essentially can read and figure out information and tell us to do what to do before our brain can understand the words or the vocabulary or anything, before the brain can know anything. It's a scientific, it was scientific evidence on the study essentially of the hunch. It's the hunch. How does the hunch, when an investigator, when a detective gets a hunch on something, they just know it. But they can't say it. They don't have the proof for it, but they just know it. And then they search and they search and they search and they search and they find it. The hunch was correct because all the senses in their body was able to tell them something that their brain didn't have evidence for. That all goes straight to the heart. If you can hear your heart, you can get there. It don't matter what your job is. It doesn't matter if you went to college to be a detective. It doesn't, none of that matters, because once your heart's in line, that's essentially the essence of divine law and order. You're now following divine law and order, and when you're in divine law and order, alignment for you happens. This is the synchronicity. This is when you're talking. This is like what happened. Chicken wanted a reading, and he's like, "I'll sacrifice the chicken." Synchronicities just drop off the chain. I'm not even trying. I'm going to bed. I got, I'm getting ready to turn something off or put cartoons on or something to go bed to or something. And I'm just thinking whatever. This is last night. I'm just running through whatever thought in my head, just casually, just, as anybody that has thoughts would do. And I don't know, the word was like, and, I think it started with an L. I don't know, something like, I'm gonna say the word was possible. I'm making it up. I don't know. I forget the word. But the word comes the moment the word is in my head. The person on TV says the word. That wasn't the first time that day. That was like the third, fourth, or fifth time yesterday. This just happens on a regular basis. The more you make progress, the stronger the connection becomes, and there's no delay. If there's no delay between source and you, then you're in alignment. If there's a delay between source and you, then there's a delay in receiving instruction. An event happened. Damn, information came in late. Whoops, cluster part. I can't fix it. Humans can't move that fast. But the spirit, the soul, the angel, the divine that is within us, they can. They can. If we have the correct heart, that's our compass, and that's going to move us to the correct destination every single time. Our mind is going to think, I want this, I want that. But really, I want that big thing in the end, and all the little stuff I don't care about. I'll lose all the little stuff. I just want the big thing in the end that I'm heading towards. Everybody could win every single battle they want. They won 99 battles out of 100, but that 100th battle, I decimated it. I leveled everything against my way. That was the last battle. I won the war. It took one battle to win the war, and I just needed the enemy to put all of his cookies, all of his eggs, all of his coins in the same basket. Thank you. Thank you. Because now I could see exactly where you all are. It's done. It's done. Won. I already won. I got the information I needed. The rest is just going to play out like dominoes. I just set that one up there and that one up there. Wow, there's a whole bunch set up there already. I'll just put this there and that connects it. Cool. I'll start it back up over here. Ah, the spirit's powerful. And that's why in this human form, it's this life is not about control. It's not about control, it's about creation and the nurturing and the protection of that creation. The ending phase, I think that's you don't have to learn much to get there, but you do got to learn a lot to be able to transform, to be able to move forward without losing something that you love over something silly. How many good friendships have been ruined over something silly they didn't know? Very, very welcome, chicken. Very welcome. Chickens. It's chickens. It's plural chickens. So it wasn't just one. It was chickens. See, he said he only did one of them. So there's plenty more. It wasn't just. That's funny. It's cute. Um, but truly, so many times things get tossed out the window because of something really small, and it doesn't have to be like that. Can learn from our past to make different choices. If you did, not that you have to by any means, but my regular little spiel is if you enjoyed the reading and you're capable of, I do have my GoFundMe page connected to my profile page. A link is right there. If not, no worries. I appreciate the time together, hanging out. I enjoy doing readings. They are very good, and I've had massive connections with readings. I've cried after people have left because the reading was so powerful. It touched my heart. It touched my heart. I felt that person's energy change. I felt it shift. Their life just shifted for the better, and something like that. That I remember this one time many years ago. It was closer to 2020 ish, around 2021, around there, maybe. And I did a reading. I did a few readings that day. Had my own little coffee stand. I'd serve coffee for donations only. I didn't charge, only donations, and it was good coffee too. The holy water and everything, man. It was good stuff, and I just do it for free. Because if I charge, then I gotta have this and a business name and tax and everything. But if I just say it's by donations, then I don't need any of that. So I just made it for donations, and then people who wanted to get a tarot reading, we could sit down and chat, and I could drink coffee, and they could have coffee, and we do a whole oracle tarot reading and everything. And I was those were some nice days. I like those. I like being able to be in a place like that. And but it was later on in the day, and in the evening actually, and I was talking to another gentleman and about one of the readings, and I leave the name out, but I'll talk about the experience. So so as I'm talking, I start getting choked up, and tears start populating out of my eyes. And the gentleman, he was like, never knew the person giving the reading would get emotional. And I'm like, yeah, really, that's what winds up happening. Truly is, I mean, when you really connect. If you don't really connect, it's not personal. It's not gonna touch the heart. It's just gonna be for a scheme or to get this or to get mine. That's not how I found my success with anything spiritual or esoteric, hidden secret. Uh, at this point, we might just start calling it quantum. Yeah, it's blending lines, it's blending worlds at this point. One thing's proven other things, and I think that's pretty amazing. Igazio, that's that is truly where it's at. I mean, when I think of Yggdrasil, I see the tree of life, but I don't change it. I see Yggdrasil for what it is. Who is it? Needhog and another one. They always at the bottom and they chewing at the roots. They always causing a problem down there. You got things going down at the bottom of that tree. You got things going on up at the top. But you got the different worlds laid out. These different worlds. Look, this is a way to talk to. Wow. Huh. I'm gonna take you with my mind. I'll take you with me on my mind. Look, okay. We think about like aliens, future technology, and sort, right? And there's definitely some others out there of different flesh, you know, and different makeups, different type of being with consciousness. But I do believe in somebody's world, in somebody's space and time, they were able to create a quantum reality and go quantum. I think of viruses in the body, and if there's a virus in the body, generally speaking, the white blood cells become active, and that's your army force. Boom, they come out in a little military force, take care of it, man. They start fighting that virus as soon as it can, and that's why the body gets hot, trying to kill off the bad stuff and all sorts of whatever the body goes on with the body to start healing. It's responsive without us instructing them to do that. It's a group that does that. It's, you know, our whole body doesn't just act out as a big military fighting everything off. There's healing and regeneration. There's all sorts of processes going on. And I believe very much. There was this one particular time, it was this many years ago, and I was on my spiritual journey, and I walked out. I wasn't on anything. I was, you know, maybe some weed, some marijuana, and but that was about it. You know, maybe some tobacco, some cigarettes. That's it. That's it. I'm walking out in the woods, and I look at the leaves, not exterior, but inside my noggin here. It sounds like they're all chatting. It sounds like every single leaf has its own voice, sounds, seemed, sensed, because I was under the construct of belief that the tree itself was the individual being. And in that experience, they opened my third side of hearing, my third hearing, if you will, my third ear, if that's a thing. And I could hear it for a moment. I don't hear it all the time. I don't, you know, I look at the leaves. I don't hear or see nothing. But from that one experience, I know what I experienced was real and genuine. It was not just some hallucination. And those so going to a molecular level, what if what if intelligent individuals from other planets learned how to go quantum and decided to be part of the very human body itself and found that that's how they can survive from one to the next to the next to the next, because truly it's the soul that's going to revive them. You see, when the pharaoh was put in his tomb, in his coffin, in his sarcophagus, right, in that tomb area, there were these little things called Shakti figures. Oh, that's funny. He's upside down. Ha ha. Here, let me grab this one. I'll show you. I mean, this would not be historical to Egyptian by any account. Like this. This isn't. But the Shakti figures were like, they were blue and made of like sand and stuff like that. But they were like little figures. This is just an example. It's a, it would be a little person. It's a little person. They have a they have a little glass thing of a person inside their tomb. Why? I'll tell you why. Because that tomb was a resurrection chamber. It ensured that they would come back to life. And when they came back to life, every single buddy and everybody is going to be repopulated. They're going to come back with that soul. The heart must be lighter than a feather. Lighter than a feather. Less weight than a feather. The heart. So if the soul was to have, I don't know how many feathers would be on a bird, okay? But if a soul was to have 1,000 feathers on it, holy, okay, the mind's just, you see where I'm going? We have the depictions of angels. And what do they have? They have wings with feathers. They're not draconian, right? Reptilian, whatever. They got feathers. There's understanding between the correlation that crosses the religions because it's all from the same understanding. And to a large degree, I do believe that these individuals are born into bodies of their own. But to a large degree, where I'm focused on right now is the magic school bus construct. And if you don't know about the magic school bus, it was this classroom, and the teacher had this magic bus that could go microscopic and they could go into people and things and into the blood and all sorts of stuff to discover the body and help out and fix something. Okay. So, on that aspect, we bring back to life those who we loved. A healer, using plain words for today, a healer, if you're somebody who heals people, you don't have to have anything before your name of healer. You don't have to go anywhere to get the title of healer. That's your own resonance, it's your own interactions with other people, okay? A healer, every single person that they helped, their spirit and their soul stays in contact with the healer. They stay tethered to the healer because the healer helped them have a heart that is now lighter than a feather and they can carry them freely. The healer, so just in case there's like the spider web starts vibrating because something's going wrong, boom, then we know we can, without even conscious thought, we send energy. And a lot of times it's happened to you and me. You'll be thinking about somebody else, call them up, and boom, boom, things happen, and wow, that was weird. That was called synchronicity. It is weird because it doesn't happen that often for you, but if it does start happening very often, then it's something that's going to become familiar. It won't be weird. Synchronicity will be familiar. And when synchronicity and alignment become familiar for you, and you're in an environment with other people and they're used to the synchronization as being weird, and it happens boom, boom, boom for you in one moment within 5 minutes, shoot, you literally don't feel worried. You're like, I feel happy. Well, how are y'all doing today? And they're like, can I get you a pop? Can I get you a soda? It's good to have friends. It's better to have allies. Better to have allies. A friend, you might rub elbows too often and they can turn into an enemy real fast. But an ally, at least they can know you're there and you can know they're there. If something goes south, you can call on them, and you're not around each other enough to rub elbows too often to get in each other's nerves. Call each other up once a year. Yeah, you can get together for that shindig again. Yeah, it was a pretty damn good thing last year. Let's change it up a little bit. Sounds good. We'll meet up on that day. Boom, boom. Maintain that ally, that goodness between each other. It is not easy to maintain a friend in forthcoming honesty. I was with somebody for many years, many. It took me 6 years. Took me 6 years to get the truth. Okay, to prove the truth. It took me 6 years for me to get my own proof. But in the very beginning, the first thing is we agreed we're going to be honest with each other. We're going to tell the truth to each other. Awesome. I didn't know the other person had this wonderful game of entering a maze and then working yourself to the labyrinth, and at the center of the labyrinth is the truth. The maze and the labyrinth was the series of questions I had to figure out on my own in order to get to the truth. So just saying that we're going to be honest with each other is shit. To be forthcoming with honesty, whoa, that changes everything. Because now I don't have to worry. Now I don't have to doubt. Now I don't have to question. Now I don't have to wonder. Now I don't have to blah, 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 blah. I can turn on some video games and play them and say, you know what, I'm done playing video games. I'm going to go see what my friends up to. It's funny how people take things personally. There's something that Shakespeare did quite often in his writing, and I always forget the word, but I remember the definition. And I've been looking for this word for a while, so if you know it, I'll look in the chat log, and if you put it in there, I'll be like, I'll look it up, but I'll write it down or something. But the definition is essentially when something is spoken in a general sense and somebody takes it personally and it applies to them, they're but it wasn't directed at them. It was not directed at them. There was no direction of energy their way. It was in something else. This happens. Shakespeare did this on purpose quite often. As a philosopher, and there's a lot of different realities on Shakespeare you can look into, so I'm just being plain. I'm not getting into a lot of detail, and there's there is the idea and the construct and the reality that Shakespeare was not one person. Someone was representing him, but that the collective work, it was a collective work. Um, I'm just leaving that to the side. But in a philosopher mindset, I'll put it that way. In a philosopher mindset, putting forth the information allows people to own whatever they would like to wear. It's like walking into a clothing store. What would you like to put on and wear today? Here's a thought. Here's an image. Here's an idea. Did you like that? You might put it on. Did you like that? They might put it on. Did you like nothing? You might put nothing on. Might have just said, that was a nice shot. Cool stuff. Might come back. I didn't see anything I wanted though. That's that's philosophy every single day for me. Every single day, that's how I approach life. I look at my environment. Is that what I want to be? Is that what I want to wear? Do I want to put that on me? Do I want to ingest that into my mind and create a habit out of it? No, then I don't want to hang around it. Yes, then I want to hang around it. It's that simple. And once I learned the book, once I read this book once, I had to read it a second time because the first time I didn't look up any of the definitions. It's a pretty decent sized book. Got a lot of different words I never heard before. I had to stop, look up for the first time I read a book, I read all the way through. I don't stop. I don't look up definitions. I don't care if I don't understand it. I'm understanding as much as I can, and I'm trying to read it word for word from beginning to end. The second time I read the book, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to pull out the dictionary. I'm going to look up the word and be like, oh, okay, that's really what it's talking about. Boom. But after my second read through, I'm living it. Now, when I'm living it, it's a reference manual. I'm just referencing back. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, those are those specific words. Oh, yeah, yeah, got that. I didn't need to read the whole thing, just need, gotcha. Okay. So, what I'm relating that, the reason why I related that to you is because time with people becomes limited if their book is done. If all the information is closed, then all you're doing is having good times together and enjoying the quiet time together as well. That's an energy, that's a different energy, it's a different thing to move into. I know I'm going to keep growing and building and doing. And so, whoever it is that I hang with on a daily basis, every single moment of my day, I want to be building. I want to be building. I want to be creating. I want to be talking about the spirit. That's my life. That's been my life since 2000. We could put it between 2000. Well, if I get really, really real down into hermit mode, like true, real hermit mode and all, uh, I knew 2016 was going to be a bad year. That started that year. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My like things crashed already, but man, they kind of came back and riled up in another image in another form, and I just knew it was going to be a rough year. 2016. I knew there was nothing good on that one. And 2018, yeah, a couple good, but yeah, a couple bad. Yeah, yeah. The journey certainly along the way has taught me how to pay attention to what I choose to be around because I know that's what I'm going to become. And if it's not something I want to become and I'm in that environment, then I'm fighting it though. I'm not fighting it, I'm defending it. I'm putting myself in another mind space. I'm not in a state to create because I'm bombarded with other energies in under the same roof. That shit sucks. Okay, but and so instead of being able to create, play, have fun, and make the world a greater place, I'm stuck doing all this defensive and protective stuff and focus on this, and I have to work on that. That video game, it's not fun anymore. I have an objective. I have a fucking objective in that video game I'm playing, so I gotta work towards that. I change into warrior mode and I just move into doing because if I go into thinking, then I'm going to destroy my own temple. I'm going to create an earthquake under my own foundation and I'm going to fall over in life. I'm not doing that anymore for anybody. I'm not risking that for anybody. I don't give a fuck if I was with somebody for 40 years of my life and we love each other and everything, and somehow they go fall into the deep end and choose to go somewhere else. Sorry, that things were great for 40 years, but change. I'm out of here. I ain't sticking around till the wheels fall off. The car is shaking. We pulling this bitch over, and we either gonna look at it, fix something, or are we going to make another option? But I'm not driving 80 miles an hour with a shaking wheel. Okay, that's no. You might take that risk with your life, but I value life. I found the importance was not to die for something, but to live for something. To live for something is much harder. Anybody can live out there, take the hit. It's much harder to live for what you love. That's that's where it comes in. And when you live for what you love, then you stop dilly dallying with unnecessary things. What's unnecessary? Things that don't produce fruit. It's an easy analogy, goes back to that good old book. But hey, for me personally, this is me personally. Everybody have their own yard, do whatever they want with their own land, blah 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 blah. But if I had a yard, whatever, I want trees and plants that produce food. If I plant a tree and it grows and the tree next to it's the same tree and it's producing a whole tree of fruit and this other one ain't doing nothing, I'm gonna cut that mug down. I might wait maybe one more year, maybe something happened, maybe it's got to delay. I might give it a little bit of time, but shoot, I ain't gonna just sit there with a dead tree in my yard the entire time. Let's pull that mug out, put a new one in, whatever the case. Let's get working on this. It's easy to let something rot and deteriorate. It is hard to take care of it. And the one thing that we each have to take care of is our soul. That soul is your heart. The heart is the seat of the soul, the seat of your spirit, the seat of your immaterial existence that never will end. If anything, the memory can get wiped, but your life will continue. And when this body gives out, guess what? You're going to find another body to jump into because, well, it's fun to be in a body and do things without having to try to, just talk to a living human that you have no physical presence with. And you're like, hey, do this, do this, do this, do this. And the human doesn't do it. And you're like, and you can't do it yourself. Want to be easier? You just do it yourself. I've got a Kachina doll and a whole bunch of other stuff, obviously, right? And but there was this one time, and somebody comes up to me and I said, oh, I had a Kachina doll or something like that, or my grandfather did, or my dad did, and it started moving or something like that. And then I got the doll, boom, I got my doll right there, boom, I got another one over there. So like when I heard that from the person though, I don't know if it was in that moment. I'm pretty sure it was when we were done chatting and when I was back by myself. But I asked the spirits, my friends, and out there, I was like, why don't y'all ever move anything for me? They make like things tick and like, sometimes fall down or something, but not like scary stuff. It's just like, like the coffee pot ticked or the bird crowed or stuff like that. Like the other day I was talking and I said something very particular and precisely, and like I didn't move or anything, but there was a stone on my altar and boom, we all heard it fall down right in that moment. Whoa, so like things like that. But but I was like, why don't y'all ever like move stuff for me, like that? And they were like, because if we need to move anything, this was the spirit connect talking to me through my mind, my heart, and like directly to my mind. I was getting these words spot on. And they said, because if we want something moved, we'll just let you know. We'll just tell you. And I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. You wouldn't want to burn all that energy to do it when if you could just get a shortcut through me. Duh. That's why it doesn't happen around me because I freaking listen. If you don't listen, then they gotta do something extreme to get you to listen. They're trying to, come on, they're trying to help you out. gothy panda. That's not easy. That's that is not easy. He said, I lost my wife. She went to sleep 3 years ago next month. My mom and my two daughters have passed away. My mom was my best friend, my defender. When she passed away, my wife wanted nothing to do with me, and I wasn't around when their accident occurred. It was a car accident, and my daughters were too young for me to know who they were. They didn't need to weren't even old enough to have a favorite color. And like the last time I was able to talk to them, and but my mom, she was my best friend. We hung out, went to the movies, yeah, all sorts, whatever, you know. So I spent the years thinking about my mom and pulling out all the qualities that I appreciated of who she was. And I decided, I didn't decide, I just something that I knew as a matter of fact. It just is a fact. And that bright star, that angel got taken out of this world, out of this dark world way too soon. And I was like, they got to learn about this. They got to learn what she taught me. I might not even have the daughters to teach to. I don't have the daughters to teach it on, to pass it on to. They passed away, but I can share it with anybody in the world, and people can take it and run and fly with it. And so I never gave up. I never gave up being a dad, being a father. Our world is often shaped by other individuals who know more than we know. I was told from a young age, and I read the words, be no part of the world. I keep saying this. But what memo went out to everybody? What's the memo that everybody got in their hands? Join my group. Be part of the new earth. Be part of this group. Be part of that be part of claim. Well, last time I checked, not just that book, but many prophets past in other lands said the same thing along the same lines. I mean, they were the example of not following everybody else. Hello. So, do you win by having favoritism and following what other people want, or do you win by following your heart from the start? I said, I'll take the advice, I'll follow my heart. And in doing that, when my mom passed away, boy, I'll tell you what, I was able to ignore the world before, but whew, I focused for a good solid 3 years of my life on every single memory I had with her, the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it. Crying every day, every night. Don't got my daughters crying even more on that. Could go on and on with the world's smallest violin. The reason why I'm sharing is because I integrated who my what mother was into my very personality. So when I walk and when I'm present, it's not just me, it's me and my mother. I have merged those two that was the first merging of another personality, of another individual into myself. Not just selected the only things I selected everything that was good, and if it was a bad trait, I polished off the rough edge. I polished off the rough edge so it could be a smooth positive trait, and kept kept it. If it's a complete bad trait altogether, I just get rid of the bad trait. I'm not going to keep that. And so it was the first life I ever did that with. She was already passed away. I needed my mom with me, and my mind couldn't go anywhere else. So now in my actions, in my voice, in my interactions, in everything that I do, I remind myself of my mother constantly. So then I feel and I sense my mother's presence quite literally within me. Her afterlife is within my heart. That's my mother's afterlife. That's her heaven. It's within my heart because nobody could get to her except me. I'm the only one. Only one. I'm going to keep her in a state of peace because this whole world did a lot of bad stuff to her. So she can live in peace and I can express and do anything her spirit and soul wants. And what I'm inclined to do. And then I actually feel fulfilled from day to day on a completely other's level. And just for me on my path, I had an out of body experience with my mother afterlife wise. And I had experiences with my daughters after they passed on. Afterlife experiences, astral experiences. And so I got to interact with them on a daily basis. I know they weren't physically there. They were within me. Their souls were connected with it. Their anchor was my presence, and their spirit could travel as far as it wanted to. And they come right back. I'll tell you how it worked. I did this for several years. My mother took the position way high up in the heavens, so she could see everything. My oldest daughter, her spirit, she could be able to travel to the extremities of the wherever I'm living and being. My mother, being able to see, could know which places were safe or where it would be, and also best, where's likely we could find people to assist. What are we doing as a spirit team? We're finding souls that are burdened and hurt and uplifting through miracles, through positive alignment. How did it go your way? Because me, my mom, and my two daughters, our souls all together moved in and fucking changed shit without even knowing your name. The spirit worked. My youngest daughter, she stayed right on my leg. Like a little kid holding on to the leg of dad and carrying, stepping and carrying him on every step. That's how my youngest daughter be. So if my oldest found something and heard something, she'd communicate to her younger sister on the astral level because they're disembodied. We're talking about spirits here. And she would communicate that to her. And then she, my youngest daughter, would communicate that to my mind. And that's how we were able to move from heaven to wherever the spot was to me instantly, every single time, every time, every time, every time, every time, every time. And there were no spoken plans. There were no phone calls. There were no names. There were no this. There were no nothing. Because I'm telling you, and this is some true fact stuff and I put together. I talked a little bit yesterday. I'm not going to go over those materials, those details, but when you start planning something and you write it down and you speak it, anything out there can hear it and can interfere with it. If you can surprise spring action on something, they had no fucking clue it was ever coming in. It was a shock. It was shock tactics. That's what I've talked about. That's what I do. This is what this is all about, is shock tactics. How do we win? Shock tactics. That's how we move forward. You shock that front line, you move in through that hole, you tear it apart from the middle. And your reserves, hit it from the outside. You pincer that shit in the end. They're done. They were a bunch of soldiers obeying somebody else's ideas and plans that they didn't even communicate to them yet. And you're free moving, full on army, chess piece, king, queen, rook, knight, pawn. Shit. Tell me where I want it, where I'm going. I'm going to make it happen. And every single person's like that, acting independently. Who's the people following the orders? Employees. Yes, boss. Yup. Got you right away. I don't want to be your boss. I think the word boss needs to go into the shitter, if you ask me. Even the boss don't even know the whole plan. Why? Because if the owner told them the whole, they don't work like that. Don't work like that. Just because people get a high position, they're just a slave to the person above them. Over and over and over. That's why I don't join the rat race. That's why I take the advice from that good old book says, be no part of the world. What is the world? What is the world? Don't be part of it. How do I go on a shamanic journey? How do I go on a spiritual journey? Be no part of the world. What's everybody doing? Don't go in that direction. That's how I started. That's how I started. It was real simple. You see, lies, deceit, and sarcasm are not going to get you where you want to go. Because it's like you're using a map out of a cereal box. And it was not a map of anything real. It was just whatever character from the cereal. Just, you're looking at that map and you're trying to navigate the high seas of this earth. You're lost. Every single day you're lost. Say, I'm lost. I can't find my way. Anybody else know where we are? Nope. I'll keep looking at my map here. Follow your own map. Put your own X on the map. Go where you want to go. Everybody else is going to play games with you. Stupid games, not fun games. I hate playing those kind of games. I hate them. That's why I do what I do in that field in that way. So I just conquer whatever I need to do. Just conquer it. I mean, look. I'm gonna take you way back, okay? Look, I talked about God, like there's the Divine Father, there's the Divine Mother. I know there's a difference. I know they're two different ones. I get instruction from both of them. Dad and mom are not the same. They work completely fucking different. Might as well call one evil and one light, good, They just got their own ways of doing things, okay? They can respect each other's differences and not want to kill each other. And so I didn't have a dad in my life. And growing up, I didn't have a dad. He was around till 5. My mom shoot him off. I'm happy she did. I am happy that she did. And because even when he was around, he was not my cup of tea. And so I really did. I really grew up on watching. I go to church. At church, they do these talks. They have people give talks, and then one of the elders, they get up and they counsel the person and say, well, your point was to work on this and this, but you didn't do a good job, so I'll work on it next week. They counsel them, try doing this instead. They counsel them from the stage. So it's three people that got counseled every night. Now I just took that counsel from all three people and applied it to myself. I didn't get up and give a talk that night, but I applied that counsel to myself because I said, I'm making those mistakes too. So let me take that counsel straight to the gut. Boom. That was one of the first times I can recall learning from my environment beyond my own personal experience. Okay, at a young age. This was a very young age. And, and, um, and what I'm getting at is that, look, I love film. Okay, I love film. Film is spectacular. Um, the correct film to watch, is important. I'm pretty picky, but I love film. So I'm going to take you back to who taught me how Dad, Divine Father, taught me how to conquer through losing. There's an old movie, good old Mel Gibson, Maverick, Maverick. All right, old Wild West. Beginning of the movie, beginning of the movie. He goes in, he's sitting at this poker table, or everybody, poker table's there. He gets a seat, whatnot, boom, boom, and nobody else, like, everybody's kind of like, oh, who are you? You're nobody, like, what you doing here at this table? And there, something goes around, and I forget what's said or exactly what's said or whatever, but they didn't want him to stay. And so he said, I'll tell you what, I guarantee you, I'll lose, like every hand up to a certain point. Like he said something. He said, I'll lose in the beginning. I'll lose the first round or whatever. And so he's losing. He's losing. He's losing. He's massively losing. And then all of a sudden, when his chips are down to practically darn about nothing, he takes the motherfucking pot. And everybody starts getting upset. Hey, you said you were going to lose. I said I was going to lose in the beginning, or however he worded it. I don't remember it exactly. And and literally every single hand he starts winning. He starts winning every single hand, and everybody's fucking pissed off at Maverick. Why? At this Maverick. Why? Why are they pissed off? Why? Because he's winning. He actually told him. He tells everybody at the card table what he did. He said, when I was losing, I was watching all your tails. I was watching when you got nervous. I watched how you got fidgeted with that when you had a good hand. He put together every single piece of information out of all the losses, and then he was able to win because he was able to see where everybody else was falling short. So he's able to move through all of their cracks, through all of their tails, and conquered. I mean, like he walked in with a strategy and conquered and won. And he agreed. That's how he was able to stay, was he agreed to lose in the beginning. That's where I learned that from. There's a lot of really good pieces of information all over the world in all sorts of places. They're just waiting for you to pluck them. The experiences are there to be had. The material is available to shape your future exactly how you want it to be shaped. And I think that's a beautiful thing about our past, is that we have had all sorts of individuals that we would call artists, actors, musicians, and directors, movie, did blah, 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 blah. however you want to put it, their divinity in the flesh. Is there bad ones out there doing some really bad stuff? Yeah, there are, and I ain't talking about them. But there's some real divine ones out there in the flesh, and they're doing a real good thing. And they have been doing a good thing. And we got to use other words to label up people to something that's acceptable to us. And they're just an actor. This is a reality that I became aware of as co creators. Mom and dad are creators. As co creators, as their children, as co creators of this world, we are co creating it together. They're letting their kids create what they want. What loving parents? But in that co creation, what people need, there's somebody in the world that can deliver that, whatever that is. And different people at different times flow into the synchronicity. They get into that flow state and they fit perfectly in that moment. For everybody, for their time, for their moment, for their abilities. And this is why many people on this world are needed as co creators, because all that weight on one person's shoulders, that's too much. That's too much. Look, this happened to me somewhere. I'm not going to say where. Other people, you know. If you know, you know. But I was going to this temple for. I just screwed myself over. There we go. Well, I'll give you the whole story. I was going to this temple for a while, and I really enjoyed it. I was going for many years, and I really want to go back. But I think that door's closed. And let me explain why. I went for a while. There's about a year that I was out of town. When I got back, as I started going again, and I enjoyed it so much, and I felt incensed, and I chatted with people there, and it felt like we were at least friends to some degree, and I loved it. And one day somebody comes up to me and they asked me if I would help with if I wanted a job. I was homeless at the time. They asked me if I wanted to work at the temple. I said no, I don't want to work here. At first, I said yeah, that would sound great, but then I thought about it overnight, and I went back to the guy. I said actually no, I don't want to. The reason why I said no was because I knew that if I started working, then it, my time there was going to be limited. Period. It, it, I just knew it. I already knew it. And I was in the kitchen and I was the only person who washed dishes. They didn't bring anybody else to wash dishes. I was the only one. We're talking about 3,000 people coming through in a night, and I'm the only one washing dishes. I'm not saying 3,000 back to back to back to back, but some nights are, some days are more busy than others. It's a 7 day week thing. I was no longer able to enjoy the ceremonies because I had to wash the dishes. And then I saw other things. And then I started being emotionally attacked, mentally attacked. Then I started being emotionally abused. Then I started being verbally abused. And you think anybody's going to believe the one person who doesn't match everybody else? I didn't even try to justify anything. I didn't even try to explain nothing. I didn't tell them nothing. Bye. Bye. That's all I could do is just walk away. It wasn't something done by the people. It was something done by one very specific individual. They targeted me. But when the temple door closed, at that very, literally, at that very same moment, my videos, they started going viral. I never had a video hit 20,000, 30,000, 100,000. It just kept going up and 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 up to where it is today. And it was the exit I needed. The universe was telling me that that wasn't my end destination. And if anything else would have happened, I'd still be there. But I know that I have something to move forward towards. I know that I have something I'm aiming at in my life. And so, being aware of all of that, it was brought up that if there's too much pressure on one individual, it's going to crack. That's why just one big dude at the top doesn't work, because pressure's so much, it's not going to flow. There's not enough energy gets spread out between people, and we can do things together more effectively. And we have systems in place in that that's what should be happening. But there's so many other outside interests that that decide what that group does. So then it's no longer up to the people, it's up to particular groups that are funding it. So that's why I choose to be no part of the world and to do what's in my heart, which is divine. That resonance doesn't match other things. But when other things wind up matching that frequency, our whole world just changed. The power of two, the power of three coming together, somebody else in the world's going to have another experience like that. On my shamanic journey, every situation, it's not the money reward, it's not a physical reward, but the situation itself was something that has never been resolved on the world in this planet. It's never had a resolvement. That kind of situation, it's always wind up ending bad. So when I walk into that situation, I apply a remedy. That remedy works, and then that remedy goes out to the collective. It goes out to every single person. When we go to sleep, we update. When we go into deep meditation, we're updating because we're connecting to everything, to each other. And we're bringing in those experiences. We're finding what works. And so I see that this world, this experience, at least that I'm living through, have been living through, has it's been experiences that open up the door for others to walk through. Me opening up the door and walking through, okay, cool, great, yay, that was neat for me. But the big payoff is that that door's open for everybody. They can now access those solutions in their own form of how they need to use it for their specific situation, because everything is usually tiny a little bit different on the specifics. But I think it's pretty interesting how we can go through two massively different experiences and come out with the exact same lesson that we wind up applying to ourselves in life. I don't know about you, but I've had that. I've been able to have conversations with individuals and what they experienced and what it taught them. Well, it taught me the same thing, but I had a different experience that I learned it from. And that's the power of your perception. If you believe yourself, then you can actually have that material to weigh and work and do. Does anybody want a reading? Would anybody like a tarot reading? I'm checking TikTok and YouTube here. Let me know if you do. Very welcome, Colin Grant. Have a wonderful day as well. Um, a ginger cookie asked, they said, what religion do you follow? Um, I don't follow a religion. I have a motto: learn from all sources, belong to none of them. It was written, be no part of the world. A religion, by definition, is part of the world in its paperwork, in its connection with taxes and government and this and that and money and whatever that's a fucking world. That's the world. This is what I don't understand. Why and how were people read from a book for 2,000 years and they did not hear the hypocrisy spoken to them in their face, shouted by some of the priests and pastors, done vile things years past? And they say, oh, but this is the good one to follow, be part of the be part of the. Come on now. This is why I talk so often about being able to read your environment. For 2,000 years, people can't see a hypocrite in front of them. The hypocrite's the worst thing ever. Say one thing, do another, all the time, every time. Nothing's ever going to line up, and it's not going to be any good. There's not going to be nothing good coming from it. Bad, 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 bad. Now there is a very, very real esoteric truth, and it's being able to take two complete opposite realities and to unify them into one understanding. This would come into the yin yang type of explanation of how light and darkness meet and live within each other. Okay, that's you, masculine and feminine. Life is a contradiction. However, with a heart of love, and by regularly focusing on our cognitive abilities, that's what allows us to line up our heart our mind, and our body. And when you have a threefold I want to unificate. When you have a threefold unification, you got the trifecta. And from that, you can get anywhere you need to go. The body is divided against itself. It cannot stand. The body divide. How can you divide the body? How can I divide my body against itself? If I lost an appendage, it can't fight me. So how does that work? Mind, body, soul. Soul, heart. Heart, mind, body, heart. Align the three. Fine. That's the direction. I love that. That's a nice one, Karen. Being together as one will mean we've won. Yeah, yeah, that's I like that. I like that. You still here, Bark Eyes? If you are, I'll start shuffling the cards for you right now. Let me know. I might have to take off. Okay, boom, you're there. You're still here. Gonna do 2 cards for you, Bark Eyes. Sweet, sweet. These ones are for Bark Eyes. Right there. Thank you, Bark Eyes, also for your patience. Thank you for putting your comments in the chat, and thank you for wanting a reading. Alrighty, we got 3 cards here for you. Now, this is a Keymaster Tarot, and as I've mentioned before, if you were here earlier or not, I do like to read from the book as an author myself. That is what other people's choice of words are pretty powerful. So the first 2 cards is the 3 of Diamonds and the Moon. So these 2 cards here, the 3 of Diamonds, brings out that with different skills, they complement one another and expand the variety of scope for action. Check with whom you wish to work and how you envisage the collaboration. The Moon, it says, do we see description or reality in the image? The man in the moon rests in the crescent of a shining sun, sleepy yet open. Far in the background is light, a rising or setting sun in the black archway, also dark, also imperceivable in the dimensions of space, are 2 rowers standing upright like guards. Matte and shadowed gold covers the 2 palaces. They held their desire of the moon like big dogs. The white crab rising from the soft white blue waves does not yet know how long, how wondrous its journey to the distant light of the clear day will be. Now, what I find interesting is it mentions, where do my desires draw me? To really envisage what you want. and who you're collaborating with, to speak with them and to make those things known. What do you want? That is something to figure out. We got one more card here. And this one is the Six of Bells. And this one is bringing out intense psychological energy. It would be a good idea to channel it through to a careful plan and postpone important decisions. Small, slow gains. That's the advice. Small, slow gains. Postpone in the important decision. And it's a good idea to channel all that psychological energy to a careful plan. Really saying to look at that environment. And the rest is really pretty self-explanatory there. Solutions there. There's a word I've got in my own book, my own language. I developed a divine love language. It's not a language of how to say hello or goodbye or anything like that. Those words aren't in there. But in this book that I've written, it has a particular word. And that word essentially conveys to the definition that in a moment where one may be restricted and not able to do perhaps what they desire to do, then to sit down and make a plan. With all that time, you can think about that situation. You can look up information. You can do research. And you can make a plan that's going to be so solid, ain't nobody going to be ready for it when it happens. And when nobody's ready for it and it happens, that means you win. That's a conquering. That's not a battle. That's not a war. You conquered. You had a strategy. You moved in. You acted. Out. Got what I needed. Did what I needed. Did what my focus was. Survived what I needed to. Shit. I'm good. What's next? What's coming up next? For me, it's about when I notice that I have a negative energy, I want to transform that into positivity immediately. But I can't move into transforming that negative energy into positivity until I understand it. When I can truly understand it, that means that I processed it. Because my mind can tell my soul, my heart, my spirit, and my body, that's covered. Go ahead and check it. Go ahead and check my work. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Make me want to go over the jam again. I've got every morning at 3 a.m. Well, uh, it started close. We started at 3 this morning, and we've been starting about 3, and we go over a couple of blessings to the Divine Mother, and in her nurturing form and in her protective form to Sekhmet and Allset, essentially. And then we go over 2 hours of blessings. Um, uh, uh, to we got there's the Divine Mother, Durga, there's stotras, there's mantras, there's the words of powers. I read through ancient Egyptian, Sumerian, the Sanskrit. There's a couple of different languages in Hindu, which India,
Indian languages. I also go over a couple of pieces that are native to the land of Indian, like where I am. So both of those, and then there's some Latin in there. I got some Celtic in there. I believe I have some Irish in there. Old blessings, blessings for they're all blessings. Every single thing that I speak is a blessing to the divines and all that is, acknowledging the energies and powers in existence, really activating all of that within the self for the day as well. And and yeah, we go over that for about 2 hours consecutively, and then we jump into the gym, card tarot, and stuff like that. Namaste. Indeed, indeed. Thank you, thank you. And that's okay. That's okay. You don't got to be like other people, and uh, and that's the thing. Is it's not what I have found is that number one, I don't like to join groups because groups, they got somebody at the top, and if you're not like that, then you're doing something wrong. You got to play their script. You got to dress up and play by their rules. I I grew up with mom. I had a mom, and I had a wife, and I had daughters, and there was a religion that I was a part of for 28 years, and they brainwashed me as much as they could possibly try to in all of that time, and everybody else for their own little schemes. And I've found that being like other people is not the object. I don't want to join a group and be like other people. I don't want to dress up like the thousand other people are dressed up. I want to be unique. I didn't dress up like the Joker. I didn't dress up like some other person. I didn't dress up like them. I got people coming on here and they're like, "Who are you? What are you? What are you supposed to be?" Good. I'm me. A big fat M and a letter E. That's me. I'm me. God damn it. God praise. Shoot, God got me there. God helped me find me. The Divine Father and the Divine Mother, they helped me find me. And me, there's a lot of pieces all in the world. That person had a piece. That religion had a piece. That old ancient portion had, well, a big old part. And that ancient portion had a big old part. Yeah. Okay. And this is something I mentioned the other days, and today we can create new habits we desire to have. It's really simple. If you want a new habit, choose something new to do. Spend every day at least once and do that thing. At least once, whether you fail or succeed, just do it once. 40 days. After those 40 days, you don't have to do it every day. It's going to be a habit. You're going to find yourself doing it, not even thinking about it, just because you feel like doing it. It's a habit. You can manufacture the life and desires you want. You can build the resilience in your own mind to block out other people's thoughts. Because if you can't block out their thoughts, you will never have peace. And the reward of any spiritual journey, of any shamanic path, the true reward at the end is peace. Because you have learned who you are, and you've learned how to block out everything that's not you, and you've learned how to make a decision to say, you know what, I like that. I'm going to try it on. Let me try that shirt on. It's a new personality. It's a new style of my talk. It's a new this. It's who I'm shifting into. No, I didn't like that. Let me take that off. Okay, this is who I am. I'm just, I didn't like that version. That was not a cool. You can shift and change. See, the world locked
everybody into just staying the same as long as you can. And that means you fit in with everybody. Make sure you got your tie and your suit and button up and look proper and drink your tea just like you're supposed to. Yeah, I can do all that shit, but I got a fucking heart. And that heart's gonna overrule any prick at the top of the food chain in any grouping I'm in. Because even the dude, Yeshua, in that book, he said, "You my brother." And I'm adding in, "You my sister. You my family. Come on and eat at my table." And my dad's, "Come on, we're fam." He said, "Brother." And he ain't excluding women, I know that much. So he's saying, "What's up, fam? Come on, let's eat." He didn't say, "Come kiss my feet." He didn't say, "Come do every single damn thing I said or else I reject." He didn't. He said, "Love, love, 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 love your neighbor. Love your God. Love your neighbor because they're your neighbor. They're next door to you. They're not next door to anybody else. Love your neighbor and love your God. Your God. Your belief, your sense of connection with the universe and consciousness and energy. Well, however you view that, that's it's yours. I'm not supposed to change that. I'm just supposed to love you. That's all. That's what we're supposed to do. And love does not force conformity. Where there was compulsion, there is no love. Where there was compulsion, there is no love. The action must be done from a state of genuine inner desire. A forced act, that was not a free willed act. The soul within the body did not have the freedom to do what it wanted to. It was under the subjugation of somebody else's direction. And that can be mental, that can be emotional, and that can be physical. For what I've survived through, I hope other people don't have to. I hope they can see that and make that good call and not get stuck in that pitfall, not get stuck in that place for 8 freaking years of your life. You can move on sooner than that. You could see something before you move in. You can allow the mistake to happen and get judged before the stuff happens. What do people want to do when they're getting to know each other in the beginning? Show all their good qualities. And they hide all the qualities that would be bad or unfavored. And then when the move in happens and the coming together has occurred and those things come out, at that point, now you're in the same house. Now it's different. Now that's hard to that's not easy to get out of. So all of that, you could put on a show and you could win whatever you're seeking, or you could be you and keep losing until the correct match comes into your life, whatever that match may be: object, material, friend, spouse, however it be. And that's your own life that you get to choose. Everybody's going to have an opinion. Everybody not living their own life is going to have an opinion of yours. Everybody not controlling their own spirit and their own, not guiding their own body and aligning those things, they're just controlling other people. This is why some 9 to 5 job, working with somebody else who can't process this information or don't want to live this, well, I can't be around that. I'm just not going to suffer that. I learned that I no longer, I do not accept abuse. I do not accept to be mentally abused. I do not accept to be physically abused. I do not accept to be emotionally. I don't accept that in life. That is, I reject it out of my mouth like, I reject that experience in life altogether. I don't accept it. I had to say that so many years ago, and I had to keep reminding myself of it. But I didn't learn until I went through the experience that I needed to say, you know what? Okay, I'm done. I'm really done. There's a difference between somebody making a mistake and abuse. There's a difference between somebody honoring a boundary that you have clearly stated, or they cross it continuously every single day. People's actions are going to show you what you need to know about them. Keep your eyes peeled, especially amidst having a fun time in life. Because when I start having a good amount of fun, I start looking out. Because I know I'm paying so much attention to laughing and having a good time that I'm not paying attention to the floor in front of me. I could fall down. I could fall into a pit. I could trip over something. I got to keep my senses about me. I can't just have fun in this world. That doesn't work. That's not how you build anything. That's not how you don't construct things through a game. Maybe for some people on a technical, this is a technicality, but some people created video games and then it connects to their data mining or whatever for the crypto, and some people play games to make whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying.
Dude, thank you, Jim. You're awesome, Jim. I appreciate that very much.
Achy breaky. Oh, my achy breaky hug. No, I ain't heard the song in so long. I want to put it on like right now. I've been to their concert, his concert, Brooks and Dunn, their concert. Anyways, he asked, how do I enroll in the Invisible College? Um, here's my email. Here's my direct email. Boom. I'm gonna change it. There's my email. Send me an email, and I will send you a link to several books, ancient Egyptian, numerology, and others. It'll be through Google, so I'll give your email access to the book, and I'll send you the link, and then you can go to the Google document and you can freely download it for yourself. And there's probably about um, 7 books in total. I want to say 5, but I think I got 7 in total. Anyways, I'll send you those books. I'll send you a couple, little bit more information as well, and essentially tune in every single day. And if you're here every single day, like you don't have to be here every day. Whatever your schedule allows. I'm live for like 5, 6 hours, between 5 and 6 hours every day. So whatever your schedule allows or whatnot, and they are on the replay in the Invisible College playlist of my channel. Um, though I do enjoy solid questions. If you got real questions, if you had experiences and you're wondering, man, why did this happen or that, shoot, present it to me, and I'm happy to engage with that. I'm happy to answer valid spiritual questions and quandaries. Shoot, what is it? I work with it. I've worked with it. Like, and there's a few things I don't dabble in. Um, I can do something to cancel that stuff out pretty easy enough. So, but yeah, that's literally very welcome. Yeah, just shoot me the email. I'll send that stuff. I'll send that stuff. I won't not right over to you. It'll either be today or tomorrow. I'll probably jump on there today, but at minimum, I check my email at least every 48 hours. So I'll get that stuff to you. Very welcome. Very welcome. And it's free. It's not a charge. I'm not going to charge you for any of that. If at any point that you do want to make a donation, great. I appreciate it. Got the GoFundMe connected to my primary page. If, like I said, if not, no worries. Don't worry. It's okay. Um, I've got my own published book. I'll send you a PDF copy of that as well. Um, and but truly, it's an everyday thing. This Invisible College for me has been an everyday life kind of a thing. It never stopped. College never stopped. It's always learning, and I really like to. I like to consider myself an exploring teacher because I've explored, I've learned, I can teach, and it's something I learned when I was a kid. And well, I didn't learn it from anybody. I thought of it myself. I did. I didn't learn it from nobody. So essentially, okay, so you can know a subject well enough to perform the action and get the correct results. But if you want to explain, if you want to teach that information to anybody, then you got to be able to teach a 3 year old, a five grader, from youth to elder. You got to be able to say that information so plain that anybody could understand you. And when you can do that, you can teach that. You most likely can teach. I ain't saying you got the emotional ability, but you got the ability to explain it. That's definitely on the table there. And so in that invisible college construct in the exploring teacher reality, which of course, if I'm exploring, I'm always learning. So I'm learning and I'm teaching both all the time, and that doesn't stop. That'll continue till my last breath is taken. I want to explore as much as I can on the spiritual side. I know what I've accomplished, and what I accomplished, I didn't even know. I didn't even know was possible. I didn't even know. I didn't. Did it happen? That's awesome. Okay, we can do that. Next, next, next. Shoot, let's see what the future brings. I like learning. And in that, again, every day. Take care, Guthrie. What's up, Patrick? Doing pretty good. Now, it came up there by Samuel: create, maintain, destroy. Now, that's what we've been doing on our world. We've been creating, maintaining, and then destroying. I learned something different on my spiritual walk. There's a second option other than destruction, and it is a divine reality that lies within the same being. They have both the power to destroy and the power to transform. We want to transform in this life. We've done enough destruction. We've done enough destruction. We don't need to destroy. We need to transform. We need to become something different. We need to transmutate from our current condition and have a metamorphosis into a divine state of being. And with that in mind, the destruction can start to be seen as transformation. Because our past, I see that as our dark years. We learned how to destroy. We've created all sorts of things to do all sorts of acts under the guise of destruction, under the labeling of destruction. We, as a species, we mastered being able to destroy things pretty darn effectively, I'd say. I think we need to learn how to master creation and preservation. I think we need to pick out one of those right there, creation, preservation, man. Those are two things to master right there. Transformation, we can have a new creation. Even when the forest burns down, from the ashes, from all of that charcoal, from all that material, it's the perfect ripe conditions for a new forest to emerge. Transformation does require destruction at times. Have a building they built, it's outdated, they decide to demolish it. They're going to destroy the building, crush it down, and move it out and build something new and more better. We do that. Got that down pat. Transformation, though, that's something that lives within us. That's something that we're very capable of. Good comment. Hope you got some good coffee this morning, Jim. I just got some good old watered down tea. Let's see what we got over here. Hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Cetra's Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to follow this harmonizing chorus as we tantalize that inner force. You, yes, you can be anything you want to be. Your mind is the key, opening up your heart to see, allowing unity of both thought and deed. You are an electromagnetic individual. When your emotions are active, your electricity is a light. And when you're doing something that's developing your magnetism of what you want to attract to you and what you want to push away from you. That's what we're about from beginning to end. The first 2 hours of the program, show, whatever you want to call it. I think this is day 127, on day 127. And we start out with a couple of hours, 2 hours. We have two blessings that we speak in the morning to the Divine Mother in English, so you can understand that portion. And then by 3:33, we're striking the gong, and excuse me, or not, and go over those blessings. Those blessings are in a multitude of languages, from ancient Egyptian to Sumerian to India to Americas to all over the world. And these different languages are these blessings. I've combined them, I've arranged them in a mannerism so that it has a flow of blessings. And so we share that in the morning, and then afterwards we chat and enjoy and talk about articles and do tarot readings, hang out, just have a good time together. Sometimes I look at the chat logs, sometimes I don't. I can go a long time if I got something good that I'm talking about. If somebody presented a good idea or something, boom, I'll have some fuel to run and talk on something, and I'll keep doing that. Or I'll switch up and read a book, read a story, go over some technical information as far as like real magic working in day-to-day lives and how to do it and get it started, how to create your own portal. A portal, no, not for your body to jump through. It's a portal that, yes, while your body does walk through it, your soul, your spirit that is alive inside of your chest and your body is able to move through it. People have talked about bilocation, trilocation, being able to be in multiple places at once. We think about the construct of God, of divinity, divine Father and divine Mother, and we bring up omnipresence. Omnipresence says that they're everywhere at once. Whoa. How could they be everywhere at once? Because they don't have a physical restriction on their location. So they can be within everything and anything. It's energy. It's energy. That energy comes down to vibration. The vibration comes into harmony. A harmonious vibration is going to bring regeneration. Regeneration allows us to have creation continuously. That's where we're trying to get. That's where we're working towards every single day. No, actually, I've had people want to be my dad, and I'm like, no, I don't want a dad. He had that chance in his life, but he ain't there no more. I'll tell you what I did do when I decided to go to church, because I was Jehovah's Witness for 28 years, born and raised, suit and tie, knocking on your door Sunday, Saturday morning. But once my mom died and all that kind of folded up, closed shop, and I moved on with my life, I went to a Celtic church at 8 a.m. in the morning. They had an early 8:30 service, 8:15 maybe. It's Celtic. I like that. Like that. That was a nice little change up there. Full old cathedral. That nice place. And same every Sunday. This is what I was doing every Sunday. I would go to the Celtic church in the morning. Then I would walk a mile down the street, well, a little bit less, about 3/4 of a mile or so. I would walk a mile down the street to the Baptist church. I go to the Baptist church, and then I would walk 3 miles to the Hindu temple every Sunday. Every Sunday. And by the fourth week, with the pastor at the Baptist church and the Baptist at the Celtic church. They knew each other, but they don't talk on any regular basis. They don't do anything like that. They're doing their own thing at their own church, right? And the fourth week I was doing this, dude, their Sunday talks started matching each other. They started talking about the same thing. They didn't plan it. They didn't line it. They didn't talk to each other. Nothing of like it wasn't happening. It wasn't going down like that. It wasn't. But the reason why I did keep going back, we, because I heard the pastors say things because of my presence, and they were essentially like helping the congregation, like on a biblical basis, accept me because they could see and feel and hear the love in my heart. And they could see that the cover of the book did not match the material within it. And so when I find somebody like that, that's a pretty special person. I don't care what happens. I'm always going to think good things of them. Always going to have good thoughts of them. Period. That's it. I don't want to take bad memories with me. I'll drop bad memories off in the trash can. I'll just keep the good ones. I learned from the bad ones. I got the lessons from the bad ones. That's fine. I know that stuff happens. But that was an amazing experience when I was going to all three. The only thing I could keep thinking about when I'd go every Sunday to those three places, there's three holy places. The only thing I could keep thinking, but I knew it never happened, was I was like, man, it'd be cool if like we could all like if like we all go to the temple one day and then everybody from the temple goes to like that the Celtic church one day and then like everybody goes to the Baptist church one day, like because like and then like ceremonies could resonate together. Ceremony like we could partake in each other's ceremony. Like we could have a future where these different religious systems combine to make the most harmonious symphony in the world. I mean, like if you take a religion and you compare it to a single instrument and you put them all together, you'd have a symphony. You see, in a music hall, the big old dude with the brass or the big horn, tambourine, that's a wrong word, uh, trombone, the trombone, big old trombone, the big old, they don't walk in and say, "Oh, your violin doesn't match my sound. It sounds squeaky and loud, and mine is deep and roar. So you don't fit." No, it's a symphony. You got an instrument. Come on, we need you. Everybody's so busy playing with their own tallywhacker, ain't got no ability to go join up with somebody else and see what they got, see what's going on else in the world. They think what they got's the end all be all, but they ain't been able to get nowhere with it. They still stuck right where they started. I went to the temple, and this one dude, close to darn top, he comes up to me and he says, "How do we be like you?" I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "How do we be successful? There's people that have come into the temple, not just theirs, but around the world. They come into our temples, they learn our ways, and they leave and they become famous and rich. How do we get famous and rich?" I said, "Oh, well, you got to do what other people are doing. You can't just stick to your own thing. You got to combine all that stuff together." You think he did that? Hell no. Said, "My formula is the best end all be all, and that's it. I'm going to go with that one." Well, you got one instrument. That's all you got. You could have the keys to the car, but if you don't got the car, you ain't going nowhere. You could have a car, but if the engine's not put in, it ain't going nowhere. Everybody got another different piece of part to the car. And if we don't all put it together, we ain't going nowhere. We're going to be stuck right where we are. Got to share. We got to share. And if somebody misuses that shit, they got to be made a fucking example. Like the laws, shit. No, that's not the way humans act no more. No, no. Bring a dog in the house, and what do they do? Start peeing on the ground or something like that. You train the dog. No, you go outside. You got to take time to train that dog. If you don't take time to train that dog, you're just going to be yelling a bunch of words and they're going to still be pissing because they don't understand English. You have to learn how to teach them the way they need to be taught. And then, oh, they know. I got to go. I'm clawing at the door. I got to go. Why don't you put a bell at the door? So when he claws at the door, ding! Oh shit, dog got to go out. That's why. If you want anything worthwhile in this world for yourself, it's going to take effort. There's going to be losses along the way. It's not going to be easy. That's why it's going to last. That's why you're going to be able to hold on to it for the rest of your life, and ain't nobody else going to be able to take it from you, because you put the passion into it, you put the love into it, you put the work into it, you did what you did. And so you have value. You have value in that end of product, in that end effect. You have value there. Other people, they don't put the value. They put a dollar amount value, not an energetical value, not a heart value. There is a lot of good in this world. There is a whole lot of good. The other day I said that I was mentioning how this world, those who are actually activated and connected, love how that's connected. Be back. Thank you for the gifts and the positive comments. I appreciate that. Boom, boom. The navigation of our environment is very difficult. As a child, we don't worry about those things. Mom and dad take care of the threats in our life. We don't worry about those things. For my childhood, when I was a child, I don't know how you grew up. It's a big world, a lot of different ways out there. But the way that I grew up, I had a mom, and mom took care of it. Now, hey, I went through something that was traumatic at the age of 5. Okay, there was a night when me and my mom and my brother were walking the street. My dad, he sold the house. My mom and my dad got divorced. Okay, divorce, divorce happened. I'm 5 years old. My brother's 12. My mom's 40s, upper 30s, upper 30s, 30s, whatever, 30s, somewhere around there. My dad, my blood father who disowned me, he sold the house. He sold the house, and the people came out and locked it up, and we lost everything. We were out. That's what happens in this world. That kind of thing, that shouldn't that shouldn't be possible. There are good people in the world, but they're going to be hard to find, and they're going to be even harder to identify, because those types of people, they know that if their kindness is seen in the world, other people are going to come start attacking them. They're going to take it. You know how it works. You're kind and nice and doing the good thing. People come take advantage of you real quick. So there's a lot of good, nice, kind-hearted, loving people in the world, but they stay hidden. They stay hidden. They don't want to be seen because they've been through enough in the past. They don't want to relive it. They don't want to talk about it. I realized my dad never answered my questions till after my mom passed away of why he wasn't there. On one spectrum, and he told me after she passed away, he said, I don't want a son. That answered all the questions, but that's not where I'm focusing here. I went through some things in life where I connected with my father, and I could understand very much what he had lived through. And I could also understand how he never wanted to go back down that mental path or emotional path ever again. He wanted to stay away from it. So whenever I mentioned that old scar, he ran away from it. That's why I never got my answer. That's the main reason. And he probably didn't want to deal with my mom. If he would have told me something like, I don't want a son, my mom would have probably given him hell or something. I don't know, from half world away. She should. Who knows? The divine spirit is waiting to connect with you because it is you. It's within you. It's all of you. All of you. Not just the good, but the bad too. That's why I let people see every side of me. You can see the bad, the good, this and that. And you know who you're working with. You know you don't want to tangle? Okay, guess we're not going to tangle. But when somebody sees my behavior and then they try to turn me into something else, hold on a second. No, I'm not walking down that path. I learned a lot out of ancient Egypt. Astronomy is something you can learn. You don't have to go to a college or a university to learn astronomy. You can crack it online. There's a lot of free stuff and videos and all sorts of stuff out there. If you want to be comedic, if you want to find the ancient way, if you want to connect in that sense of things, then it's learning the major components: astronomy, math. Yeah, you can learn some math. You can make it fun. You can make it fun. At least be able to, add and subtract, do some division and multiplication, all right? You're going to start being a little chemist as well as you start messing with those kind of things. Go get a little chemistry set, at the store for kids, for science stuff. Start messing with that. Start learning some of those things. Learn how to build, construction, learn how to craft. You can start with a little, I don't know, do they sell rector sets anymore? What are they selling these days? You can learn, you can get something, learn how to start building, get something fun. But truly, it's about following the cycles of our planet and paying attention to them. The weather, the sun, the moon, they have cycles, they have effects on our planet. We all know for a fact that the moon affects the water. High tide, low tide every night. Sun, moon, fact. Did you know you're 70% plus water? You should at least be 76%. You'll not be good, doing good after that. But just, you're at least 70% plus water. Your whole body, your flesh. It's at least 70% water. So that means as the moon travels and is having an effect on the ocean, it's having a 70% plus effect on our body. Do you understand the moon? Do you understand pedigree and this and that, peregrine and this and that? This? No? I am not in a state that I learned that material to teach it. No, 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 no. I learned the material so that I could know the cycles and so that I could adjust my own life into those cycles. You see, the world, be no part of the world has a calendar that does not obey the cycles of nature. So, how can you connect to nature, which is everything divine, if you're stuck following the world's calendar? You cannot. How can you find divinity finding the world's preferred chosen language? You cannot. If you want to change the way that you think and you want to find you need a new subject, you need new words, and you need a new language. This is a truth on the shamanic journey on the spiritual path. You can go look and find that one for yourself. But a student, an initiate, they need a unique language to be able to interact with their information, a pure language. And the reason why that pure language is required is because any common tongue has inaccuracies and multiple definitions, which lead to a word having different opinions. So we got a confusion cluster, beep, going on over here. And when we move into a pure language, that word means this, and that's what it is. That's the emotion, that's the experience, that's what it's defining. That's what I went through. Boom, 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 boom. Different states of being. Um, Indians, Hindus have a lot of words for these. Ancient cultures around the world wind up having their own names for these. This is why I developed the language that I wound up developing. Not because I studied under languages. I had not. I had not studied any other language. I tried to learn Japan for about 6 months and was like, I'm not traveling to Japan, so I'm not trying. I bought a couple books, but I didn't get too crazy far with it. Like I could say a few things. Ohio gozaimasu, which is like good morning, but very politely, like a very polite, respectful Ohio gozaimasu. Yes, just like Ohio, if you're in the U.S., just pretty like, but they have a Y instead of a second H. Ohio, and it's pretty cool. And though a pure language to be able to integrate the person's life into a new way of thinking. You can take this to any field of study of science or math or oceanography or whatever the case. They all have their own words for specific things. That's why you got to study this book before we study this book, because this is going to have all those words that are over here that you don't know. So before we get there, we're going to talk about this book, which really kind of doesn't have too much to do with that book, but you're going to understand all the words. So let's cover this one so we get the definitions and the meanings done. We got a new language to introduce to ourselves so that we can learn about the ocean and talk about ocean terminology and not get confused with other things. Okay, so spirituality, it's got to, it's going to have another language. That's really, it's going to bridge your ability to grab the divine within yourself and escape the world that we're not supposed to be living in. This isn't our world. It's not heaven. This is somebody else's world. And that other person, they're living in hell. That's why the world looks and smells and feels like hell from other people, because that's the state of the other person. But that energy shifted. The calendar, the age of Aquarius, it's all shifted. So they no longer have authority. They no longer have the final say. Their season is over. That's it. The energy doesn't support them. They can fight it all they want to and be as much as that's just going to cause them more frustration in their own life. You could fight the current of the energy that's coming through the whole world and every physical substance in existence. You know, those fermions or something like that. You can go through everything. Scientists trying to catch them and collect them or something like that. Practically impossible to catch, barely be able to detect. Anyways, yeah, that's the incoming of new energy. You can fight that energy. I used to fight that energy. It doesn't work. Take 5 steps. I'm done for the day. That wasn't worth it. Very cool, very cool. Thank you. Said barely understand you, but I believe you. It's shot at you. Very nice, very nice. Just looking at a couple comments here. Not always looking at them, but I try to catch what I can. But yes, thank you. But yes, we are majority water. And so, really doing research on the moon, you know, like its cycles and its phases, understanding the difference between those things just at least once in the life to make a little journal book and go through that material to look and find out information on the sun, the ocean, our environment. This is what it is to be Kemetic. This is what it is to live as the ancients did. This is what when I found out that the ancients lived by a different calendar system and why, then I said, you know what? I know the world's going by their calendar system, so I'm going to go by my calendar system, which is an ancient one. However, I was only 2/3 of where I wanted to get going because I did research and I found out that the ancients, every ancient around the world, their calendar system is actually composed of 3 calendars. The ancients, if they did anything, they did it in threes. Okay? Their calendar system was the secular for modern day interactions on this earth. Another one was lunar. The third one was solar. You combine those three together, and you can be able to know what's happening in the energy. You can know what's happening here in the cycles, and we can know what's happening in our day-to-day life. If we coordinate an activity at a specific juncture of time and space and energy, all right, you've been saying time and space. I urge you all to include energy in that time, space, and energy. Time, space, and energy, because that energy is present everywhere, everywhere. But when we align time, space, and energy, that's a trifecta for success. That's a trifecta for alignment. Alignment is how you get to success. Around the correct people, they will want you to succeed. That means that their thoughts and their energy, if it's possible that your desire be manifested, then they send energy your way for the manifestation of it. If you're around people that do not like you, but they pretend to, then every single little detail you share, you keep getting problems in life. Your plans don't go too well. Why? Because ultimately, you told people who did not like you. They had a bad heart intention towards you. And that energy went out because it heard your plan and it said, this is happening. So their intention was to disrupt your manifestation. How powerful was their focus? It was very powerful. You're all they fucking thought about. So that's what they sent. Blah! If you want to succeed in life, you must have a will, a heart. You must have the willpower to carry out whatever you have chosen to do to the end and to surround yourself with positive people in your favor. Even if it be one, I rather have zero than have one bad individual with intentions towards me because they'll destroy everything I'm working on. So I rather have none because I'll build all by myself. It'll take longer to build by myself, but I'll do it every single day. I'll put the work in and I'll look back, I'll stand back and be, ah, got it done. I like, check this out. It's my staff. My staff was just a branch when I got it. Just a branch. I did the carvings. Spirit and I together created this one. This is my physical creation. This one was somebody else's creation, but it's something I know how to fully well wield. I like the construct of having something of natural materials and something completely like not this was handcrafted, handmade, crafted by another person. A work of engineering and a work of art together. Connection with nature and the ability to evolve as well and develop something new and to create something new. Something that can reach the skies. Truly, divinity is accessible to you, and you don't need anybody. You don't need me to access it. You don't need Joe Blow next to you to access it. You don't need a church or a pastor or anybody else. It's in your heart. It is you. You access it through you, through the peace. That's why. That's why we are admonished not to lie and not to be part of the world. See, to be part of their world means that we drop our morals at their entrance and we walk through with lies. The lie is the first little simple thing. Lie so you fit in. If you tell the truth about yourself, you don't fit in. You don't get in the group. You see how they began to diminish who you are the moment you got into their vicinity? If somebody's diminishing who you are, that's not the person to be around. Because they just want to control your actions. Not me. Not this guy. The reason why I get myself where I get myself is because I need to learn something. There's something I went over a long time ago, and I still go over it from time to time. But I remember when I went over it when I read it the first time, and essentially it was saying that I'm going to expose all the tricks and all the lies. I'm going to expose your magic. Because once people know about it, well, they have an intention to block it. And that's very real and possible. You don't need to be a magician at all to block what somebody has coming to them in this life. Well, depending who you're trying to do that to. But that's not a wise thing altogether. I learned I like to open the correct doors in life because they're going to help me learn my environment. When I learn my environment, who knew that was somebody else's environment that they were living in? If you want to help somebody get out of a situation, you got to jump into their situation. That's what I did in my past. And after doing that for so many years, after I learned, I said, I learned everything I needed to learn. Now I'm not going to descend. I'm going to keep my energy up. So after 2 consecutive years, remember I told you if you want to create a new habit, do something for 40 days straight every single day. You'll create a new habit. 2 years. I'm not just going to create a new habit. I'm going to open up a whole new category of skills and abilities. I'll raise the energy. I'll keep the energy up. That's what I've been doing. So for 2 years of doing that, it's given me a superlative ability to recognize when that energy is being tapped, when it's actually lowering around people in life. It's a lot more noticeable. What you focus on, that's what you're going to become, that's what you can become a master of. That's what you can unlock to your life. Life is certainly a puzzle. And most people in this world, they don't even got 10 pieces together. Most people don't even know that a puzzle exists. Couldn't even fathom it. Too much other shiny things in the world. And that's why your freedom and your liberation matter. Your mind and your heart, they belong to you. They don't belong to anybody else. This world has had thousands of years to developing an attack on that. They've chosen to put people in roles rather than honoring them for the life that they were. This is this is why Egypt was what Egypt was. This is why when conquerors came into Egypt, they didn't They didn't like destroy Egypt and erect their own city. They left Egypt as it was. They conquered it, yes. They're ruling it, yes. But even they would dress up as the Pharaoh. Even they would honor the Egyptian ways. Why? Because it was an epicenter of how to improve your life. They had the keys that Atlantis left them. But I'm telling you, those keys, they're not gone. And you can get a hold of those keys. Your interest, your inquiry is the oil that is going to loosen the rust on the hinges of the door you're trying to go through. It is truly our seeking after something, because we have to find out exactly what we are seeking after in this life. And that's going to be different for each person. It's going to be different. It might have some similar qualities, some similar aspects. We got over here. Leo, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the shares. That's very kind of you. Would you like a oracle or tarot reading, Liam? Liam's over on TikTok over here. Said yes, we'll do it. Let's do it. All right, I just do blind readings, Liam. Gotcha. All right, we got 3 cards here. Okay. Now, we got the 8 of clubs here. Old wounds do not heal well. You're suspicious and you control your boundaries meticulously. Guard them like a watchman. With this, you're limiting your own living space. Let's look at a real solution, though. 2 of diamonds. This brings out moving balance. Standing with 2 feet on solid ground does not mean that Standing with 2 feet on solid ground does not always propel you forwards. Learn what possibilities are open to you in life by exploring them. So, a second card mentioning essentially exploration, opening doors that were not opened before because of other concerns in life. I like that collaborate. I like that continued effect there. This brings us to the Knave of Bells. Young, energetic, and intelligent person who successfully deals with a financial issue. Their help won't take long to bearing fruit. So there's help coming in as well. Now, this one's come up, and this one is a warning. This is a warning because the good that you can create, the help that's coming, that can really get you that boost to where you need to be headed. This last cup comes to the cup, and this arcane means that a passion stronger than reason will cause ruin. A passion stronger than reason will cause ruin. So, planning, knowing what you want, not allowing a fleeting passion to come and go and change your course, being aware that that type of activity can really pull you somewhere you don't want to go. You know how to stay on point. You know how to keep your focus moving forwards. If you just don't give in to those passions of that sort. And this brings me back. I was talking earlier about the will. Our will. How strong is the will? If you have a strong will, then you won't fold under pressure. You're not going to change just because somebody needs you to do something the way they want you to do it. Your will says, that's my objective. That's what I'm moving towards. Do emotions come up when I'm on my way to my objective? Absolutely. Do passions and other interests pop up between me and my destination? They certainly do. Do I enjoy the journey along the way? I like to enjoy the journey along the way, but I do not like distractions. I don't care for a distraction. I don't mind taking some time somewhere, but distraction's a whole nother bit. The moment I noticed that, I'm moving right on. I knew that was a passion of mine. It's an old one. Yeah, right. I'm halfway to what I want. I'm not getting distracted. And that requires a reinforcement every single day of what you choose to do with your life. And Liam, certainly blessings are coming your way. But as in with any reading for anybody, if we just sit back and expect the good things to happen, it's not the way they come to fruition. There's something on our end we got to do, whether it be spiritual, whether it be whatever it may be that we need to do. There is also action on our side. So it takes our own effort, it takes our own willpower to continue in whatever we're focused on. And that's how I've actually, personal reflection here, has been the way I've going about my life. I paid attention, and it's just like This world isn't necessarily about what I want. It's about what I can do with the time that I have. And that time, for me, it's not a quick. I think about whenever that last moment will be for me in my life, hopefully years later, peace and goodness. And I'm going to be thinking about money. I don't care about money. I care about the hearts that I interacted with along my journey. I'm going to be thinking about all that good. It's about the connections, and that's what my mom really taught me. That's what I learned with my mom, I guess, when she had got the cancer and all that stuff the first time. I lived every single day like it could be the last. Tomorrow could be the last day. This could be the last moment I ever have. And when I started living life like that, that's when I really kind of learned that the connection with somebody is more important than just, as we like to say, knowing somebody. And that connection isn't it doesn't have to be weird or anything like that. It could be from friend to friend or whatever the case. But that connection, man, when they're not doing good, you feel it. And you don't have a reason to not be feeling good. So you think of something that's not making you happy, and you start, focusing on that, and then you're not feeling good. Why? Because the other person you were connected to, they weren't feeling good. That's why you started not feeling good. And you got to make it personal because we didn't have a reason of why we're feeling this energy. So we wind up thinking about our own life and populating something in there. And now we support the emotion, and now we become that vibration. And that's where I stopped doing that. Live one vibrational energy, just one. Don't go back and forth and back and forth and here and there and there and here. One solid, stable energy. So much else can be produced from that. So much else can happen from that. It takes something stable at the center in order for the rest to be able to revolve around it. Our sun and planets, an example. Any questions or anything on that, Liam, on that reading? Somebody asked, can I time travel? Um, I have. I have, and I do. But it's not, this body doesn't go anywhere. This body stays right here. This body was born in this time, and it's where it resides in this time. My spirit, your spirit, time's, it views time like a skate track. Like you go to the skate ring, you go around, you skate around in a circle. It's kind of way the spirit sees time. The soul in astral form, that's the way it interacts with it. So if you were unaware, people are all often wonder what kind of spiritual experiences are. Like, how do you make a spiritual experience? How do you have a spiritual experience? See, people don't recognize that they have spiritual experiences every single day of their lives. When you're somewhere and then you feel like so much time has passed, and then you realize what time it is, and you're like, whoa, 3 hours passed by. It was like, I thought that was like 20, 30 minutes. No way. It's because in that moment, unconsciously, you were in a state of resonance, of divine resonance, and your body was safe and good, and you can manage that all on your own. Your mind, take care of your body. You're good. And the spirit took off and did some stuff in other places, in other times, the way we look at it from this dimensional reality. And then when our spirit jumped back into our body, when our soul really came back home, that's when we go, huh, whoa. That's when we recognize the time check. That's when we got a time check because our soul just came back, was absent. And so we weren't working at the power of three, we were working at, if any, power of two. So we missed a few details, like the time, because it wasn't a reality to us, it was just something we going around. So really, everybody, when you go to sleep, you've had dreams, and if you've been around for a few years, maybe those who haven't, but you wind up having a vivid dream, something that seems real, like you feel like you're really there. Those are experiences of astral travel, the dream and the vivid dream. Those experiences between being awake and going to sleep, or going to sleep and waking up, in between there, between going to sleep and waking up, you wind up having spiritual experiences. This world doesn't want you to understand of the multiverse that is interacting with you every single day. And so they have other words in place, such as dream, in the place of astral, in the place of memory. Me, my dreams are memories. Those are my memories. My soul traveled there. I had an experience there. That's a memory. I know that memory wasn't on this earth. I know it was somewhere else. We are all very, very connected to each other, and we all have massive abilities that we utilize every day. And this is why I was talking earlier of the reason why language is different, a unique language is required, something different from the modern spoken tongue in order to process divine information. A lot of people have their own systems and ways, and before I learned anybody else's system or way, I wound up developing, really, I received more than developed. And truly, they would populate into my mind, I'd write it down, the meanings would come out, and I developed a language called Cetra. And if you want a free copy of it, you can send me an email to cetra@yahoo.com, Setchra, cetra@yahoo.com. I'll send you a free PDF copy. If you'd like to buy a copy, it's available on Amazon.com. It is published and all that good stuff. And these 129 words, they have emotional connections to every single one of them. They are experiences of the shaman initiate. And that's what I have found is a reality in our culture, in our community, at least in many different countries, is that people wind up going on their spiritual journey. They're literally an active shaman initiate, learning ritual spell abilities, but they're not doing it through any organization. They're not doing it through any group of things on the table. They're going through this experience, real world, person to person experience, and they're gaining it every single spot that they visit. They're getting a little piece from them, a little piece from that over there, a little piece from there over there. That's why it's a journey. That's why it's a walk, because you're gathering the lost pieces of yourself, not to follow any one person, but to see that each person has a little bit of something to offer you. And for me, after this journey of more than 12 years, in all reality, it's been longer than 12 years since I looked like out the nest and went on my own journey. And and that's what's also taught me about why I appreciate getting to know people and spending time with people is and not wanting to leave it on a bad note. I don't want to do that. It's just is because everybody has something to offer. Everybody has something good to offer. Everybody does. I don't care who you are. Everybody has something good to offer. And who knows when they might decide to offer that to others. I don't know. But I can't wait on other people. I gotta just do what I do, what's in my heart, and offer what I offer, and just give it as I do, as I am. No, not a rain stick. That would be a pretty long, continuous rain stick. It's been going since we started. A good rain stick. Um, I was born December 23rd, so that would technically, with our calendar system, put me under Capricorn, which Capricorn certainly, I can own that. I do own that. And but Sagittarius is very applicable, as that's the actual alignment with the stars and everything. My actual one would fall into Sagittarius. So I like to think of myself as not. Oh, I don't think of myself that way, but really, there's a unique way to figure it out. But my not the way that other people do it. I found a different system, and but it's Capricorn, Sagittarius, and Aquarius for a while, for quite some time. I don't check the thing anymore, but I would go on the internet and check the horoscope thing. And if Capricorn didn't fit, Sagittarius fit. If Sagittarius didn't fit, Aquarius fit. So I just jumped between those three when I send one that didn't work up. I'm that's the one I'm going through. I must be in that energy right now. um, yeah, I got my flute. I do got my flute. I got my flute right here, like just in case. Oh, let me make sure and plug in this phone because we are going for the extended time today. And let's see, make sure that charges. If that charges, we're good. If not, yep, it's got the charge signal on. All right, I think we're good. Let's see what oh, instruments. Here we go. I got my flute. Keep that guy on me if I ever go for a walk or whatnot. I got my shofar here as well. Put that one back. Got my shofar. Boom. Make sure, just in case we gotta make a call, we can call real quick. I've got my gong. Got the gong. That's behind the chair right now. Um, see, hopefully I'll remember to do it. Strike it here at 9 at the top of the hour, about 30 minutes or so. Sure, I've got my harmonica. I don't know where my harmonica is. My harmonica somewhere. It's a long one. My flute is currently broken, so I'll play a little bit, but I'm massively limited on it, and sometimes. sometimes it just doesn't want to give me a good deal. So, but I'll give you a little something, something. I haven't been playing my flute much to be completely forthcoming on that one. But have any other instruments? I got bells. I got bells. I like my bells. I definitely got some bells. That's and I also do have this guy who's hiding under here. I got some cymbals. They're just little cymbals. They're not big cymbals. They're just little cymbals. But I took the leather piece off of it. They're just brass. And I've got a damru. You never heard of a damru? Damru. I like to play my instruments. I like to be loud. But I don't normally do it. I got it. I got it. We did not touch down that time. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come back here. I need this though. There you are. Sorry about the little delay there. Got that fixed. Make sure we do that. There we go. Boom. I think that'd be all right. Boom. Solid. Very welcome, Makey Breaky. Apocalypse Now. I think I saw that movie, but I'm not sure. Maybe. Am I a yogi? Like you could throw some. There are titles. There are words that I do fit within, but I don't limit myself to just one category. Um, I've had a few people I've more than a few, but I have had people come up to me in life and they were like, "Yo, I want to learn this," and I was like, "Well, it takes. This is what it's going to take." They were like, "I'm there for it." And I was like, "All right, let's do it." And so I've had a few students in the past that chose to be a student. I don't try to do that to individuals who don't want it. That's a different kind. That's a harder path. In all reality, it is not an easy path because experience comes with it. There was the year 2023 when I was working at a metaphysical shop, and I wasn't just working there. I was running it. I was managing it. I was running it. I was doing everything. The I did not mess with. I didn't buy the material, and it wasn't my. I didn't own it. Somebody else owned it and messed with buying and all of that kind of junk, and I ran it and did that for a year. And it was rather successful. The entire time that I was there, more successful than they had ever been. Shattered their records that they had, by all means. and um, but people were coming in, and this is when I had more than just a few students who wanted to be. And it's not that we never had like class where everybody's together. We'd have like jam sessions, and you kind of hang out together at times, but it was nothing like it wasn't like a formal group or nothing like that. It was nothing of that nature at all. But people will come in and I would chat with them and give them the advice they needed, and they'd ask questions, and I'd go on, and it would last between 2 to 8 hours, depending on who came and how long they stayed and the whole experience and everything. But I do the tarot, the oracle, I do the sound jam, literally clear their aura field, get their chakras into alignment, and have that all harmonized. Like I bring the chakras into alignment and then activate the chakras. It's kind of, I mention it as a here and then the next thing, but really it's a combined effect that kind of happens all at once. Um, it can get technical. It's a fun conversation. Um, and so then after they got the reading, now they know what to do in their life. They've got direction in their life, because I don't just do a reading with, well, it's going to end bad or it's going to end good. You need to know what you need to do to maintain keeping the good or avoiding the bad. I mean, in both of those accounts there. And so they would be aware of all of that information. Then their energy fields cleared. Boom, chakras aligned, lit up. Now they actually have the energy within themselves and the alignment and frequency to accomplish their goals. So as their energy has shifted officially, if you visit me in person, your energy is going to permanently shift. Your energy is going to upgrade, and now that upgrade, literally, there's nothing in the world that can compete with it, because I take everything that I am in the current moment, and that's what I'm giving you, energy wise. That's what I'm sharing. And in that way and through that format, the individual themselves can adjust those abilities to their specific situation. They have the energy resonance of alignment, and that alignment is going to bring them into everything they want. All they needed to get the jam and the tarot and the oracle reading was an innocent heart, a pure heart. That's all they needed. That's all that was needed. I didn't need to ask no questions. I didn't need to find out nothing about you. I didn't need to say anything to, oh, I know this about you. None of that. I'm going to pull the cards out on a dead read. Don't tell me nothing. Boom, flip them over. Did that line up? Good. Let's go get your chakras lined up. Boom. And then when the person leaves, because the energy is changed and upgraded, their environment now is going to change when they walk into it, because their environment no longer has somebody at the top. It now has a divine authority that walked into the room. Now their flesh can't even fulfill the thoughts that they want to do. Shit, 2023. Divinity replicated. Single cell replication. Figure that one out, and you could conquer anything you want. Because if you outnumber it, ain't that? I think that's the victory. You've got the numbers. Generally, you get to win. Especially if you got some really good tacticians who know strategy. Throw that in there with the mix. Don't get overconfident though. Overconfidence is foolish because then you will underestimate your opposition. Do not underestimate anything in this world. Respect it for what it is. So the moment you underestimate something, that's when you just lost your edge because you're not focusing on the win. You're not focusing on the accomplishment anymore. In your world, it already happened. But in the real world, when when the event hits happen, well, that's when it happens. So to be vigilant and continue on in one's dedication to be focused on the will of their heart, of your personal decision. What do you choose to do? Your indwelling intelligence to make a proper divine decision. Emotion cannot be present. That does not mean the emotion is ignored. If it's ignored, the emotion is still very present. The vibration is going on. So that decision can't be made in that state. A divine decision must be made with mind, body, and heart, soul, all three aligned. Is this our choice? Do we trifectally, like, do we agree with this? Yes? Then we're going to move and we're going to have success. If the spirit is against, if the heart is in conflict with the mind, well, then the goal, even if it's attained, is going to be a sour game. It's not going to taste good. Even though you got it, it's not going to taste good because you're going to remember everything you went through to get to it. And because of those fractured ways, even if you did get it, it wasn't worth it. Too much heartache. Innocence of heart will get you far. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good, good, good stuff. Yes. Jim got power back on yesterday. I just read that. Sweet, bro. I sent that email. Ha ha ha. I was hoping that happened for you all the sooner. They were saying Sunday and it's Friday, so it got back up Thursday. I like that. Pretty good turnaround for a whole transformer going out. And the whole neighborhood was out and all of that stuff. That's great. Oh, but yeah, those were my instruments. I can drum. I used to have one, two, three. I had at least three sizable drums, dude. One was native and everything, bro, and totally got some one of my spots, man. And they took me to the cleaners. I was fortunate to keep what I got on me. Um, but shoot, I can drum. I can drum. Not not necessarily. Not necessarily. If you give me sheet music or something, I ain't gonna be able to drum. I ain't gonna be able to read the sheet music or anything like that. But you put me into a drum jam, shit. I, whether they there or not, like I could flow with the drum. Like I could flow with that. Percussion instruments and drums. Like it seems to be my forte, anyways. In this lifetime, I've tried to play the guitar a few times, but that thing just died. Have had two guitars and two amps in my life, and I could never even freaking memorize or hold one chord long enough to keep it memorized. I'm no good on that. And you lay the thing down. There's just one instrument, and it's the way it's designed. It's like Oriental or from another country or whatever, not in the Americas or in the U.S. or whatever. But you lay it down, and then like it's like a guitar, but you pluck at it. I could do that too. I could do that. I could pluck something. I was just thinking about that, Jim. That's the spiders, and every single time I see a spider, I think of the Divine Mother. And when I heard about the amount that was mentioned, I was like, whoa, that's like full on reconstruction going on. That's like new fates being being spun and drawn together and created and crafted. It is truly nature and life all around us that is so important. The breath of every single person and every single thing that lives. I mean, we send satellites and probes and all sorts of things as far as we can to see if there's other life out there. Every human wants to believe that there's life out in the world, that we're not the only ones. I'm not saying this is true, but let's just play with an idea. Let's just play. Let's just play with an idea. There's God out there, He's up above, and He's looking down. Good one, good God, loving God, all love, not the one we know about. Read about wars, kill this, do that, blah. Good God, good God, good God, all love, all good. Everything created is perfect and loving. And He be looking down at our world. And let's just pretend, we're just playing here, just playing with thoughts. This is not real, just playing with thoughts. That this earth was the only one that actually had conscious life with limbs and could do stuff and animals. I bet he'd be pretty sad how much we be killing each other. There ain't much life out there. The only ones. And we making each other and the darn species go darn near extinct. Some species totally gone. To the last one. Shame, shame, shame. But going back to reality, as far as we look at, as we know it, as far as we look out and send probes, we find nothing but planets and stars and anomalous things. We find signs of water and signs of this, but we have no proof that there is a living creature of any proportion on any other planet that we can see. We see no technological advancement. Not proof wise. If it's on the Earth, maybe Atlantis developed UFOs. Maybe they figured out how to splice all that metal together and did it back then. And everything we find is crash stuff and old stuff. But no matter how much and how far we look, should that not cause us to have a value of life rather than trying to exterminate it to have some pelt on the floor or rug. And when an animal dies, sure, use the materials. But from natural death, not 'cause you hunted it till it was the last one. And what we're doing to ourselves. What if we were and are the alien life out there? That's what we develop into years later. And we try to kill ourselves before we even get off the ground. That's stupid. That's not shame. That's just stupid. Hey, he could have helped you got to the moon. Yeah, well, you took him out. And remember that thing y'all did back then? Yeah, it can't help you out no more. I saw this one thing, and it was an alien, and he came to Earth, and he's talking to another guy. I didn't know the other guy. Alien's talking to this other guy. Whatever. I could hear it. I'm paying attention. I'm out of tea. I got water in here. No, I'm not. I'm gonna keep talking. So this alien's talking to this person, right? And here we go. And alien's talking to this person, and he's they're having their conversation, whatever. And the human tells the alien, and the alien could speak English. They did the research and stuff before they came. And it's green, if you're wondering. And the alien, I talking, and then the person, the dude, they ask the alien, they're like, do you know who Jesus is? And the alien goes, yeah, we know who Jesus is. He's a pretty swell fella. Yeshua, right? And guy goes, oh yeah, Yeshua. They always get that mixed up. And the alien's pretty excited. He says, yeah, that's pretty awesome, man. And the human goes, wow, Jesus visits you too? The alien goes, yeah, he comes once a year. He brings a bunch of presents. We have a big party. Dude, it's excellent, man. It's like a week long. It's great. It's great. What do y'all do when he comes around? The human didn't say nothing. Well, the alien said, what do y'all do when he comes around? You guys. And the alien pushes the dude like 2, 3 more times, and the dude goes, we killed him. And the alien fucking, it's fucking gone faster than you could fucking see his movement. I was like, yeah, that's a reality right there. That's humans for you. They're just you send some help, send an SOS, send in some reinforcements, and they down the craft before it even fucking lands. There's parts in the world where people, they go, they're starving, and other people, they go, they get a plane, it's full of food, they drop the food's falling, comes down, and people destroy the food so that the people that are starving can't have it. That kind of shit happens in our world. Do you want to be part of this world? Because I don't. I want to be part of heaven. Heaven's something we create, something that we co-create, something that we recognize the divinity in each and every single person. We have to change how we think before we can change our world. We have to change how we treat each other before we focus on some organization that's going to lead people or do something for them. It's the connection with each other that we've been missing. And money, it has been a very strong staple in our lives. In 2023, when I performed the ceremonies and especially the sound, and some people come in and they just want the sound bowl, just do the sound bowl around them. That's it. No words, no nothing else, just a sound bowl, go around them like that, and they feel great, literally within 3 to 5 minutes. No words needed. Just the sound bowl, the resonance of the sound and the frequency from the stones. And that energy was enough. But I never charged for any of those experiences. I never charged for not a one of them. People ask me, well, how much? You could donate. This, this is, that's free. That's out of my heart. That's out of love. Because I recognized a very stark truth, which I had recognized years before as well. Money interrupts love. Money disrupts the flow of alignment. Now, it can help the flow of alignment as well. It certainly can. But when money is used on a human basis, as far as greed and control, the negative aspects, when it's used on the negative aspects, it can really interrupt the flow of energy. And that's why our actions are required much more than just money being tossed at something. Because it's our connection that brings us together. It's our connection that makes us feel like we have a family. It's our connection that makes us feel like we have friends. It's our connection that makes us not feel alone. And why do we feel alone? Because we've been hanging out with the wrong crowd and made us feel bad. So we said, you know what? I don't want to feel bad. So we just hang out by ourselves. And then we just feel alone. So it's not chaos, but it's just alone. Action. I felt, I never felt like my mom actually died. I never felt like she actually died. I felt like she was always living. I felt like her spirit never went away. I felt like she was there all the time. I feel like she's here now. She's physically not here, but I'm connected with her soul. I'm connected. We are connected. So, physical presence or not, that doesn't matter. I know I'm not alone, even in my lowest moments. And I'm like, oh, there's nobody around. I know I'm just speaking about the 3D aspect. I know energetically. I know things are going to work out. I know I got help. I know I got divine family. And you do. If you don't feel it, you do, you do. That's why the connections are important. And to maintain good and healthy connections for as long as we can. That's why they're so important and valuable. Yes, James. Jim. Yes, you did, Jim. I'm sorry. I was looking at the thing, Jim. Sorry, Jim. Sweet. Thank you, everybody that did share some comments. I do appreciate all of that. Very awesome, very awesome. And I'll be live again tomorrow, 3 a.m. Eastern time is what I'm aiming for. I hit the live button at 3 this morning and go over a couple of blessings in English, and then after that, about 3:33, strike the gong, boom, and begin about 2 hours long blessings continuously in other languages. So if you happen to be awake at that time, then certainly love to have you, see you, chat with you, whatnot. You can enjoy those blessings. But until then, Dana De Gawai, much love and many blessings.